All right, good morning, good folks. We're going to start this morning off with looking at the closing arguments for the bloody suspect murder trial. We kind of watched a little bit of it last week, but it wasn't a aired or streamed trial. So um, I want us to be able to watch the end of this and then also watch his sentencing because actually I think he was found guilty. So let's get to it.
This is a murder in the first degree and a abuse of corpse case. This argument is intended to be quite brief because the state understands that the court is well aware of the facts in the case, but I intend to highlight the evidence which the state contends proves all of the elements of murder in the first degree, as well as abuse of the corpse, which I'll deal with very briefly without PowerPoint at this point. One of the ways that a person can commit the crime of abuse of a corpse is to conceal it for the purpose, to hide a body for the purpose of concealing it. Obviously, the facts in this case support that, in that the defendant, by other evidence which I'll discuss, was the person who put Michelle Jackson's body in that bin and moved it to a remote location in an attempt to conceal both her body and the underlying crime of murder in the first degree, which I'll now discuss. The court will understand that the elements of this crime are that on September 22nd, 2024, the defendant stabbed or cut Michelle Jackson with a knife, that she died as a result of those injuries, that the defendant acted with malice aforethought, and the defendant acted willfully, premeditatedly, deliberately, and with specific intent to kill. So those are the elements which are the state's burden to prove. On element number one, which is essentially the identity element, the evidence in this regard is overwhelming. We have the defendant caught. I'm not sure his hands were red, but all his clothing was red, and hence our opening comment that he was caught red-handed. He was caught with the victim's scooter, which was also covered with blood, which had Michelle Jackson's bloody shoe in it. He possessed her scooter. The murder weapon was located on the evening or early morning hours of September 23rd in his residence, covered in, we now know from the DNA testing, covered with Michelle Jackson's blood, which was also smattered and smeared all over his residence. One of the towels in his home, also the towel was, we heard from our DNA expert, had both his DNA and Michelle's DNA on it. The three-bladed knife, which he used, as you saw from the demonstration of exhibit number 45, which is the same knife we contend. He possessed both the handle in his trash can. The blade came in Michelle's body. The second blade was found in his pocket, and the third blade was found at his residence in the case that knife is sold as a set in. So he is in in physical possession of two of the three blades, the third one having passed in and been retained in the body of Michelle Jackson after and during the commission of this crime. I mentioned that Michelle's blood is all over the house, and of course the defendant has what the court could reasonably conclude were injuries to his hands from having had the knife blades slip while assaulting and killing Michelle Jackson. These are the pictures of all of those forms of evidence which I've just described, which are exhibits 3, 41, 27, 34, 20. Sorry, I won't read all the names or numbers of the exhibits, but this, what I'm displaying here, are all the pieces of physical evidence which irrefutably tie the defendant to this crime and having been its perpetrator. The next element is, of course, that Michelle Jackson died as a result of these stab and cut wounds. We just heard from Dr. Smith. It's essentially a completely uncontested element, which we have nevertheless proven by his testimony and by other evidence. The third and the fourth elements are both mental elements, the third element being malice aforethought. I'm not going to define it for the court because I think that would be condescending. I'm sure the court knows what that definition is, and then specific intent likewise is well defined and I'm sure understood by the court. Which, oh, I'm sorry, never mind the name. It's the wrong name. It should have been Michelle Jackson. Malice aforethought, I will point out that malice aforethought is, under Iowa law, permitted to be inferred from the defendant's use of a dangerous weapon. Why is that? Malice aforethought is, among other things, is an evil or unlawful state of mind that exists prior to the commission of the act. And the fact that this defendant, or any defendant, chooses to use a dangerous weapon, which this knife certainly was, is perfectly good evidence from which to infer that he acted with malice aforethought. The nature and pure brutality of the injuries inflicted clearly demonstrate the defendant's evil and unlawful purpose in inflicting these lethal wounds to Michelle Jackson. This was an unprovoked attack from behind. So that statement is supported by, among other things, the lack of any defensive wounds, the injury from ear to ear along her neck, I suppose could have been inflicted by a strike from the front, but there's no defensive wounds. The earbuds that she was wearing were both severed and found on the ground at the pavilion in the park. There's no indication that there was any sort of provocation from that could possibly explain the defendant's actions in this regard. The final element is that the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill. With respect to the specific intent element, which it didn't sound from counsel's opening statement, was the contested portion of this. Despite that, what other conceivable intent could there be for anyone to have done what we all just saw was done to Michelle, other than I'm going to kill her? Again, the law allows the court to infer from the defendant's use of a dangerous weapon that he acted with premeditation and specific intent. Again, very difficult to imagine how a person who did this could not have those states of mind. And I wish to point out that a motive is certainly lacking in this case. However, it's important to remember that an unknown motive is not the same thing as having had no motive. It's unimaginable what possible reason anyone could have to have done this, including the defendant. But our lack of ability to comprehend these sorts of acts does not mean that the defendant did not have one. Maybe he didn't have one, and I'm not sure which is worse, having one that at least he felt was a sufficient motive to do this, or lacking one. In either case, motive is not an element that we have to prove. What other intent than to kill could this defendant or anyone who committed these acts have? It's not conceivable. The defense argues, at least in opening, and perhaps will again, and I'm sort of pre-dealing with this because I don't intend to do a rebuttal argument, that there was no premeditation or deliberation because, at least in the form of the questions we heard of some of the witnesses, the defendant could have killed her elsewhere that would have been more private as opposed to out in the middle of an open park, and that somehow indicates that he didn't think about it in advance. He didn't think about the body being disposed of in advance because of his sort of haphazard selection of a neighboring trash bin, as opposed to having had an elaborate, well thought out plan, which of course the court knows is not what we mean, what the law means when we talk about premeditation or deliberation. It just means that at any point in time before the act is committed, the defendant has thought about it. It certainly doesn't mean that you can't be convicted of murder in the first degree unless you have the perfect murder plan and then you execute it perfectly. It certainly doesn't mean that. The defendant appears to have argued that he could have or perhaps should have used his car. That would have been a better way of disposing of her body. I would simply point out that the evidence appears to be that it was a rental car, so if he had a bloody body in there, he might have some questions to ask. So that particular argument doesn't hold much water. And perhaps they could have dumped the body in the cornfield. That was one of the questions, as opposed to wheeling it around and leaving it next to the field at the business at the edge of town. But I would point out for the court that the question is not, was he a great planner? The question is, did he think about killing Michelle before he acted? That's what deliberation and premeditation means. And another tenet of Iowa law is that premeditation and deliberation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. It just has to exist before the act. So at least with that in mind, how the defendant acted after the murder is irrelevant to premeditation. Now, obviously the argument is made, well, if he'd been plotting and planning to kill Michelle for a while, his plan would have been better. I guess that's the argument. But the question is what was in his mind before committing the act? That's the legal question and the factual question. So what evidence do we have about his premeditation and deliberation before he acted? We know that somehow he had to get close enough to Michelle Jackson in order to inflict these injuries. If she was in the pavilion, he had to either get there or have already been there in waiting, one way or the other. We know that he had to have seen Michelle somehow. We know that he had armed himself with a knife and perhaps the one blade that he still carried around when he was apprehended by the family later in the evening. We know that he had to quietly approach Michelle because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to slash her throat so easily. And then once with that done, proceed to stab her 26 or however many times the expert indicated that he did that. We would also point out that I think the evidence supports a conclusion that many of those smaller wounds around her head, on her arm, came after the knife blade came out of her, and whether the defendant knew it or didn't know it, he continued to stab her, either not realizing the blade was there or not caring. and that's why you get these irregular shapes that were caused by the same knife stabbing her repeatedly. Once her neck had to have been cut by that point because the blade was out of the knife lodged in her back. The knife blade was obviously in the knife handle for the slashing of the neck. For the first, we presume, it's reasonable to presume that the first stab to the back had the blade. The second stab to the back, the blade got stuck. The court can perhaps noted that the way these blades come out is by a push button along the blade handle, the knife part, and somehow that button got pushed and released that blade, and then when it was stuck in there, it wouldn't come out, and then continued to stab her over and over and over and over and over again. So he had to approach her and not be detected. He had to take out the knife. He had to arm himself with a knife. So how can anyone reasonably imagine a person who claims that perhaps or argues that I intended to kill her, but I never thought about it. It never entered my mind that what I was about to do before I did it was kill her. So one has to look at what the acts actually were to verify whether that's even conceivably possible. Sneak up, get the knife out, slash the throat. These are acts of somebody who has thought, even for a moment, about what he is about to do. And these are the acts that support the deliberation and premeditation components of the final element. A poor or spontaneous plan is not equivalent to no thought before acting. I'll repeat that. A poor or spontaneous plan is not the same as having not deliberated or premeditated before having killed. And all the things that the defendant had to do before killing her to enable her to kill her are the proof that he had thought it out and did think it out and did execute it brutally. So as to the elements, as the state proven, the defendant repeatedly stabbed and cut Michelle Jackson. Yes. I have the wrong name. I'm sorry. Michelle Jackson died as a result. The defendant acted with malice, and the defendant acted willfully, premeditatedly, with specific intent to kill. The state requests and submits that this evidence proves beyond any doubt the defendant is guilty of both crimes with which he is charged, and requests that those be the court's verdicts. Thank you.
Does the defense wish to give a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, just because the defense is very focused in this case on two of the required mental elements, that does not relieve the state of any of its burden of proof in this case. The burden on that is high, on beyond reasonable doubt, on all of those mental elements. And when you look at the facts that Mr. Prosser recited that show how the words that he used, Your Honor, I think was irrefutable, and how dramatically their proof is on the fact that it was Mr. Devers McGivney that killed Michelle Jackson. It is that proof that equally supports the idea that there was no legally sufficient premeditation or deliberation in this case. So what I'm talking about with that, Your Honor, is everything that we talked about on cross-examination with Agent Thompson, the idea that when they are approached by, when Mr. Devers McGivney is approached by Annette Jackson and Shauna Bachman, he has no good story about what he's going to say. There's no excuse that he's going to give that's going to hold up for why he's in possession of this scooter. The scooter has a bloody shoe in it that's been placed in there. It has no key in it. When they do go back to his apartment and search his apartment through the search warrant, it's obvious that there is evidence of this crime in there. It has not been dealt with in any kind of manner that would sufficiently conceal anything. We've got the knife just laying in a trash can with human hair material, blood still on it, obvious blood stains on the bathroom tub and the hand towel. I am not trying to say, and I'll forgive Mr. Cross for arguing this. I'm not trying to say that you have to be Sir Arthur Conan Doyle to have premeditation in a murder. You don't have to sit down and be one of the great mystery writers and plan out the perfect murder to make it be first-degree murder. But in Iowa, there are requirements for what premeditation and deliberation require. The court's familiar with those. I know the court has given those instructions to juries many times over in other murder cases. But I'll state them. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. And to premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. So those are really what the issues are here, Your Honor. And all of those pieces of evidence that show how haphazard and chaotic this was after the fact are absolutely relevant in looking at that. Mr. Prosser said that what happened after the murder is irrelevant to premeditation, and that I think goes against what the jury would be instructed on other similar mental elements. And what I think the court knows when looking at evidence in any kind of case. If you were to look at the instruction on specific intent, it talks about you look, in order to determine someone's specific intent, which is a mental state of mind, you look at the surrounding facts and circumstances. It doesn't say that you look at what happened before the event only. You look at everything. You look at all of the possible pieces of evidence that weigh on that topic. So, you know, we could go through the list here of all of the things that just show that this was a very random, spontaneous, unplanned event, Your Honor. We've got physical evidence that is partially attempted to be accounted for with the bloody shoe at the scene, but leaving behind both the earbuds and the key to the scooter. A massive amount of blood on a paved area that is not going to just disappear. It's going to be easily seen by anybody who goes into that area. This haphazard idea that you're going to drag Michelle's body over and put it into one of these trash bins, and then take that across about at least a quarter of a mile or more through town, pulling it backwards through the street, as you saw on the video. And he was moving slow on that video. If you look at Evan Thompson's video when he's walking the route that it was dragged, I believe it took him about 2.5 minutes, and he was walking at a brisk pace. And he's not dragging a loud plastic trash bin down the middle of the street at 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. It's absolutely, none of this makes sense. None of it, you can't look at anything and explain why this happened, what is going on here. It just makes no sense. And Mr. Prosser, I talk about motive, and that's not really what I was talking about in my opening statement, but they don't have to prove motive. But the fact that there isn't any obvious motive here, there's no connection between these two of any kind of significance. We did submit Leilani Lind's deposition transcript, and there was two brief things that she mentioned in it. One was one comment in about 8 months when he lived with Leilani Lind, where she said out loud, "Oh, Michelle's over on the swings again," or something along that lines. And his response was, "Oh, really?" or something along that lines, just acknowledging what his aunt had said. And then some kind of program, like a church program or something that they may have been involved in when they were both young. That's it. There is no significant connection here. There would be no reason for him to harm her. There is no past past history between the two of them. There's nothing that would give rise to this. It is truly senseless. And because it is so obviously senseless, it is those surrounding facts that support the idea that this was a spontaneous random act. Now, we did, in that deposition, there is also the testimony from her about what his childhood was like. And I told you in opening statement, we're not using that as an excuse. It is not a legal defense. We're not saying it could justify anything in this, but I think it sheds some light on it to what could cause someone to have long-lasting trauma and have an outburst that would precipitate something like this happen. It is not beyond it is reasonable to think that that might be there. The court is looking at reasonable doubt as to whether or not there's the actual, not just the time for premeditation, but the time for deliberation, but was there actual deliberation? And so, you know, we've got no history there. We've got these, we talked with Evan Thompson on cross-examination about the fact that they seized the cell phone. There was no Google searches in there that would have caused any kind of alarm or concern. There's no pictures of her. You know, this is a very inexplicable act. Mr. Prosser, when he was going through his PowerPoint, he wanted to make it that Nathaniel is sneaking up behind, you know, over some distance and attacking Michelle from behind. Where is the actual evidence that happened? They have no. He is not an expert. He gets to argue what he wants, but he is not a forensic expert at all. Yes, there was a lack of defensive moves, but that does not mean that she was necessarily attacked from behind. They have no way of knowing that. There's no evidence in the record of that. There were several questions that I think it was more Mr. Prosser may have asked about different witnesses that live in the area about whether they could hear the swings squeaking when people were swinging on the swings. And almost everybody said yes, they could. Rusty swings, they make a lot of noise, you can hear those. But did we hear any witness that night who said they actually heard that night those swings squeaking? No. Okay, so the implication of that is that it is equally as possible that she was attacked when she got there. She didn't have, we have no timeline on this other than when the scooter is coming up the street and she's captured on that closed-circuit security camera going up the street towards the park. And then the next real event that we have is him dragging away the trash bin down the street later. We know that there is a bunch of effort in between those two events. Okay, we've got him trying to find the trash can. It's going to take him 10 or 15 minutes, one would presume. Again, I'm not an expert on that, but the court could see how slow he was walking backwards with that trash can, that he's got to walk that through town. He arrives back at his apartment at some point. Doesn't necessarily do much there. It looks like he probably washed his hands off because there's blood on that towel. But there's nothing done with the knife. He doesn't change his clothing at all. He goes back out. So if you're thinking that you're going to try to avoid being caught or detected or anything, you're going back out, covered head to toe in clothing that's just matted in blood. It makes no sense. He goes back to the scene and only picks up some of the physical evidence that's there. His choice of how to deal with the body with this bin, he's got access to a car. Mr. Krause wants to say, well, then he's going to have questions to ask or to answer. Yeah, but he's going to have a lot more time to deal with that. He can drive the car to a car wash. There's lots of things that you can do other than getting stopped in the middle of the street covered head to toe in blood. So, you know, you look at all of this, Your Honor, and I think it cuts the other way. Their evidence that they, I'm not saying they phoned it in, and I'm trying to make sure that the court knows we're not just sitting back, oh, this isn't a fight. This is a fight. This is a fight on premeditation and deliberation, okay? And the evidence that they have that makes it so convincing and just irrefutable that he killed Michelle Jackson is the exact same evidence that this court has to look at and say, there was no deliberation or premeditation in this case. and I know the court will. It goes without saying that the evidence is what the court is going to look at. I think that a lot of the emotion and the argument behind this case is the brutality of this situation. We do not pass moral judgments on making murder in the second degree, murder in the first degree. We rely on the proof before us, the evidence that the state has presented, and as Your Honor knows, in the definition of the instruction for beyond reasonable doubt, the lack of evidence or the failure of the evidence. And the issue with the state's case is that it's mostly speculation. They want to envision in their head this idea of him sneaking up from behind, that there's this stalking, but there's just no evidence of that. It could have equally been, he comes around the corner from the outbuilding that's at the park there. She's right there. It happens. It's over. Your Honor, we would ask the court to carefully weigh that evidence, apply the burden of proof, the heavy burden that the state has, find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, guilty of second-degree murder, and count two.
Does the state wish to make a rebuttal argument?
Just briefly, I developed the same twisting of the brain listening to that argument as I do trying to understand the defendant's actions in this case. And the conclusion that I've come to, at least, is that there is no making sense of the senseless. There's no way. I challenge the court or anyone to look at this and say, how could this make any sense? How could this even happen? And the argument appeared to be that the defendant did these acts, that he did them specifically with specific intent, he did them with malice, but somehow he didn't think about it, he didn't deliberate, and he didn't premeditate. And I can't wrap my head around it. I don't understand in the real world how there could ever be a person to whom we could all look at and look at the evidence around and say, yes, I understand that. That makes sense to me, because that scenario makes no sense. And counsel argues that because this was such a senseless crime, that somehow that shows that there was no deliberation of premeditation. I don't understand that argument. I don't think that's, I think the senselessness of this crime shows that it was just a brutal, intentional, evil, malicious, murderous act that is itself senseless. And the fact that it was done badly and planned poorly, and he could have done other things, and he didn't take his clothes off, just means maybe that didn't matter to him. Maybe. What mattered to him was killing Michelle Jackson for whatever reason he had. And after that, it was like, well, I'll try to get the scooter, and I'll put the knife back at the house, and maybe those water bottles were to try to clean up the some of the blood. Who knows? Certainly not very effective means of trying to cover up what you just did, which there's obviously evidence of. But again, covering up what you've done has nothing to do with whether you thought about doing what you did before you did it. And I don't know how anyone gets around the conclusion that that's exactly what happened here. For those reasons, we ask the defendant be convicted of murder in the first degree and abuse of the courts.
All right, this matter has been fully submitted to the court. The court is going to deliberate. It is the court's intention that at 1 o'clock it will deliver its finding of fact, conclusions of law, and verdict in order.
All right, so it's important to know that for this trial, it was a bench trial. So the judge is the finder of the fact, the court is the finder of the fact. So we're actually going to switch over to watch what he actually gave him. What did he determine? So, and y'all, we just finishing up something that we started last week in the middle of Karina's trial. So again, this trial was not streamed. They only released bits and pieces of it. So did I pass it? Nope. Yeah, I did. I passed it. So we're just trying to close the gap on this case because it was what we watched. Okay, here it is. Sorry about that. And this was only 13 minutes, and then we'll switch to
Prior to our recess, I informed the parties that I would be reading my findings of fact, conclusions of law, verdict, and order on today's date. Findings of fact. The defendant was charged by trial information on October 3, 2024 with count 1, murder in the first degree, a Class A felony, in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2 sub 1 sub A. And count 2, abuse of a corpse, a Class C felony in violation of Iowa Code Sections 708.14 sub 1 sub B and sub C. The defendant entered a plea of not guilty to both charges. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. On September 22nd, 2024, Michelle Jackson used her mother's green electric scooter to travel from her residence to Farnhamville City Park to use the swing set. Michelle had an established habit of traveling via electric scooter to the same park to ride the same squeaky swing while listening to music. The defendant arrived at the park with a knife that utilized 3 different interchangeable blades that is commonly used for hunting and gutting animals. The defendant cut Michelle's throat with the knife and stabbed her multiple times, resulting in her death. During the assault, the defendant received multiple cuts and lacerations to his own hand. He then dragged her body a short distance. The defendant returned to his apartment where he placed the knife handle covered in Michelle's blood and hair in a garbage can located in his apartment. The defendant left blood in his apartment, on the floors, on the bathtub, and on a white towel. The defendant left his apartment and then located and retrieved a nearby rolling trash bin and placed Michelle's body in it. He then rolled the trash bin a significant distance away from the park and left it by a nearby cornfield. Afterwards, he returned to the park and retrieved the scooter. At some point, the defendant placed one of Michelle's shoes in the back basket of the scooter that also had a blue bungee cord attached. When Michelle did not timely return to her mother, Annette's house, by 10 o'clock p.m., Annette became concerned and telephoned her older daughter, Michelle's sister, Shauna Bachman. Shauna made a loop around the park and, after finding no signs of her sister, went and picked up Annette. The 2 women continued searching and discovered the defendant in possession of the green electric scooter. The defendant gave conflicting explanations for why he was riding the scooter. Annette recognized that the scooter was her daughter's by the basket and blue bungee cord on the back. Annette called 911 and Deputy Jason McKinney was dispatched. Although he was approximately 20 miles away and did not arrive for some time. In the meantime, Shauna had called her boyfriend, Jordan Adams, who arrived at the scene with a firearm and began questioning the defendant. Soon after Jordan's arrival, Annette inspected the scooter and noticed one of Michelle's shoes was in the basket and had blood on it. Jordan then aimed his gun at the defendant and ordered him to lay on the ground. Jordan held the defendant on the ground at gunpoint until the police arrived. When Deputy McKinney arrived, he turned his white lights on to illuminate the scene. He ordered Jordan to put down his firearm and to move away. He ordered the defendant to stand up, at which point everyone on the scene realized that the defendant was covered in blood. He was promptly detained. The next morning, Austin Ehrig, an employee at Landis Cooperative, noticed a rolling trash bin in an unusual location at Landis Cooperative. He opened the trash can and ultimately determined that there was a body inside. He contacted law enforcement and they retrieved the body. Law enforcement investigated Farnhamville City Park and discovered several large pools of blood, 2 earbuds, and what appeared to be the key to an electric scooter near or in the pools of blood, and drops of blood and blood paths that would suggest a body had been drugged. The police obtained search warrants for the defendant's apartment and the defendant's body. At the defendant's apartment, they discovered the knife handle in the garbage that was matted with blood and hair, as well as blood spots on the floors, bathtub, and a towel. On the defendant's person, they found a number of cuts and lacerations. In his pockets, they located extra knife blades and a separate folding knife. An autopsy was performed on Michelle. The autopsy revealed that Michelle suffered a large incision to her neck, 4 stab wounds to her head, 22 stab wounds to her chest and abdomen, multiple superficial stab wounds to her head, arms, and torso, and other contusions. The autopsy did not find that Michelle received any defensive wounds. Michelle's cause of death was deemed to be multiple sharp force injuries. Her manner of death was found to be homicide. Multiple blood samples were tested by the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, DCI. These tests showed that the red stains found on the defendant's shirt were blood, and that the blood matched the DNA profile of Michelle. Tests of the white towel located at the defendant's residence showed that 3 of the stains were blood that contained a mixture of 2 DNA contributors. The defendant and Michelle were found to be contributors to this mixture of DNA. The blood on the blade handle in the garbage was also tested, and that blood matched the DNA profile of Michelle. Conclusions of law. The elements of count 1, murder in the first degree as applies to these facts, are as follows. 1. On or about the 22nd day of September 2024 in Calhoun County, Iowa, the defendant cut the throat and stabbed Michelle Jackson. 2. Michelle Jackson died as a result of being cut and stabbed. 3. The defendant acted with malice aforethought. 4. The defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Michelle Jackson. The elements of count 2, abuse of a corpse, as applied to this facts, are as follows. 1. On or about the 22nd day of September 2024 in Calhoun County, Iowa, the defendant either hid the corpse of Michelle Jackson or failed to disclose the known location of Michelle Jackson's corpse. 2. The defendant did so with the intent to conceal a crime. The state has the burden of proof with respect to this case. The legal standard is by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In State v. McFarland, citations omitted, the Iowa Supreme Court approved the following jury instruction with respect to the definition of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of state's evidence in the case. If after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence in the case, you are firmly and abidedly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you may be said to have no reasonable doubt, and in such case, you should convict the defendant. But if after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence or lack of the state's evidence in the case, you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you may be said to have a reasonable doubt, and in such case, you should acquit the defendant. The court, as the fact finder, must apply this standard as to the facts in this case. In doing so, the court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about September 22nd, 2024, in Calhoun County, Iowa, defendant cut the throat of Michelle Jackson and then stabbed her multiple times with a knife. This attack resulted in the death of Michelle Jackson. The court must now consider whether the defendant acted with the malice of forethought and whether the defendant acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Michelle Jackson. Malice of forethought is defined as a fixed purpose or design to do physical harm to another that exists before the act is committed. Willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Malice of forethought or premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, the fact finder may, but is not required to, infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and in specific intent to kill. On September 22nd, 2024, the defendant went to Farnhamville City Park armed with a knife. The defendant approached Michelle Jackson and cut her throat with a knife and then proceeded to stab her in the back until the blade became detached and remained lodged in her back. The defendant then continued to stab Michelle with the handle and base of the knife. Prior to cutting the throat of Michelle, the defendant had the opportunity to deliberate on his decision, and his ultimate decision was to attack Michelle with the specific intent to kill her. The defendant's attack was premeditated, willful, and designed to do physical harm to Michelle Jackson. After considering all the evidence submitted in this case, the court is convinced the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of count 1, murder in the first degree. Regarding count 2, the court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about September 22nd, 2024, in Calhoun County, Iowa, the defendant hid Michelle's corpse. The evidence established that the defendant dragged Michelle's body through the park, then retrieved a rolling trash bin, put her body in the trash bin, moved the bin a significant distance from the park, and left the bin near a cornfield. The court is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant hid the corpse of Michelle with the specific intent of concealing the crime of murder in the first degree. The evidence demonstrated that the defendant attempted to move the corpse soon after the murder and attempted 2 different methods of moving the body: dragging the body and placing the body in a rolling trash bin to move it more easily. This duality of methods of moving the bodies, as well as the significant distance the defendant ultimately moved the body, demonstrates his specific intent to conceal his crime. After considering all the evidence submitted in this case, the court is convinced the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of count 2, abuse of a corpse. Verdict in order. The defendant is found guilty of count 1, murder in the first degree, a Class A felony in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2, Sub 1, Sub A, and count 2, abuse of a corpse, a Class C felony in violation of Iowa Code Section 708.14, Sub 1, Sub B. It is ordered that sentencing is set for August 15, 2025 at 10 o'clock a.m. in the District Courtroom of the Calhoun County Courthouse in Rockwell City, Iowa. The defendant shall be held without bond. Defendant is advised of his right to file a motion for new trial and motion and arrest of judgment pursuant to Iowa Rules of Criminal Procedure 2.24 Sub 2 and Sub 3. To be considered by the court, said motions must be filed no later than 45 days from the date of this verdict in order and at least 5 days before the date set for sentencing. The Department of Correctional Services shall prepare a pre-sentence investigation report pursuant to Iowa Code Sections 901.2 and 901.3. Is there anything further from the state? Anything further from the defense?
Your Honor, on a Class A felony, I think the code specifies that they don't prepare a PSI on that. I know there's a second counter that's a D felony, but
I ordered it because of the Class C felony conviction. I was aware of that as well, but that's why I ordered it. Any comment from the state?
Yeah, I've never dealt with where you had any amnesty. I think, I presume that the reason for the, you don't need it from the A's is that it's going to be there and they'll have all the time they want to assess it. Plus the court won't have any discretion, sentencing. Maybe correctional services will tell you that they don't want to do it.
I think it's possible, I mean, considering that there is a chance that the motion for a new trial, or excuse me, the motion may be filed and you may change your mind as to one or the other.
that's fine. We can keep it as set, and then we'll address it with our client if we need any further comments.
All right. Then I will leave it as is, and with that, we are adjourned.
Lifts just reported to me that as the jury was leaving for their
of last year for school in September of 2024, was Fatima still going to school with you?
Yes.
At some point, did that change?
Yes.
Do you recall when that changed? When abouts that changed?
Fall, more towards October.
Okay. Of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she talk to you about why that changed?
Yes.
At that time of it?
Yes.
Or later?
At the time.
Okay. Did she talk to you about it prior to it occurring or after she stopped coming to school?
Prior.
And then I'm going to ask you some questions about October 18th of 2024.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
On the morning of Friday, October 18th, 2024, did you go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time does school start?
7 o'clock.
I'm sorry?
Oh, 7:30, I'm sorry.
7:30?
Yes, ma'am.
What time does it end?
2 o'clock.
And previously you said you have Mr. Thomas for U.S. History. Does that start at 7:30?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that first semester in the fall of October 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything unusual happen during class on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Without repeating anything that anyone said to you, what happened in class on that day?
Mr. Thomas had seen Fatima because she came through the doorway.
Mr. Thomas you said Mr. Thomas had seen Fatima because she came through the doorway.
Mhm.
And what happened next?
He had told me that she was outside.
And did you step outside?
Yes.
Okay. Did he call you out to come outside?
Yes.
And did you leave class when you were called?
Yes.
Where did you go when you left class?
Next to the door in the hallway.
Okay. And without repeating anything anyone said to you, what happened when you got there?
Fatima talked to me.
And how did Fatima appear to you? Meaning, how was she dressed? Did she have any items with her? How did she physically appear?
She looked kind of like tired, and she had her backpack.
She had her backpack?
Yes.
When you say she looked tired, what do you mean by that?
Like she didn't get like any sleep.
Okay. And what did Mr. Thomas do?
He gave her some food.
When you say he gave her some food, food like what?
Some applesauce, some crackers.
And where did he go?
Back into the classroom.
Okay. And what happened next?
He told me to go back into the classroom, and she went downstairs.
Okay. So you went back into the classroom. Did Mr. Thomas talk to Fatima?
For a little bit, not too long, just
Okay.
a brief, quick second. Yeah.
And you talked to Fatima for a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
How long would you say you talked to Fatima for?
Probably like 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay. Did she explain to you, again, without repeating anything she said, did she explain to you why she was there?
Yes.
Okay. And did she explain to you what was going on?
Yes.
And then you said you went back to class and you saw Fatima head which direction?
Down the hall, towards like the stairs, going downstairs.
What's downstairs in the school?
The counseling center, the office.
Do you know who the counselors are at your school?
Some
are
of
they?
them. I don't know them by like heart, but I know there's Miss Robinson. There's that's what I know.
Miss
I don't
Robinson is
I
the
don't
one you-
remember the others. I'm sorry.
That's okay. How many counselors do you know?
Only mine and Miss Robinson and Miss Johnson, I believe.
Okay. So are there 3 counselors?
Yes.
So there's Miss Johnson, Miss Robinson, and then you said mine. Is there a 3rd counselor and you just don't remember her name or his name?
Yes, I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. And did you see Fatima again at all that day?
Yes.
And about when did you see her?
Fourth period.
And what do you have during fourth period?
Math.
Who's that with?
Miss Diepa.
Miss Diepa? Where did you see Fatima? Meaning, did she come to Miss Diepa's class like you described with Mr. Thomas's class, or did you see her somewhere else in the school?
I had stepped out to blow my nose, and she was walking with her counselor down the hall.
Do you remember which counselor she was walking with?
I believe, I don't know if it was her counselor or it, I don't know. Yeah, just a counselor.
You just remember that it was a counselor?
Yes.
Okay. And where was she walking towards? Which direction was she walking towards?
She was walking towards the back of the school to the portables.
I'm sorry?
Walking like towards the portables. She was heading towards a portable.
Towards the portables?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your school have portable buildings at the school?
Yes, ma'am.
What are in the portables? Are those separate classrooms?
They
Are they
can be.
offices, or are they something else?
They could be classrooms or offices.
Isaiah, I'm gonna ask if you can get just a little bit closer to
Yes,
that
ma'am.
microphone, if you don't mind. Thank you so much.
I know it feels, probably feels not normal to talk into a microphone.
Or,
But like I said, you're very soft-spoken, and I
Mhm.
don't want you to have to repeat everything, okay?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said towards the portables, and those can be offices or classrooms, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What time does fourth period start?
11:30. No. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
10, 11. 11:05.
11:05?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long are your classes? How long is a regular class?
50 to 55 minutes.
50 to 55 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say then fourth period ended somewhere around noon or thereabouts, 11:55 or 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you saw her during fourth period, when you were out blowing your nose, did you talk to her at that time?
Yes.
And again, without relaying anything that was said to you, can you describe that interaction?
Very brief, very quick.
And when you say very quick, less than 5 minutes, less
Yes.
than a minute, less than an hour, what does that look like?
Less than like 2 minutes.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Back to class.
And how did she seem when you saw her at that time?
Happier.
Okay. And did you see her again at any other point during the day?
Yes, at the end of the day.
Okay. And you previously said school lets out at about 2 o'clock, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you get to and from school?
I take the bus. I used to take the city bus.
You used to take the city bus?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you saw her at the end of that day, where did you see her?
Next to the front doors.
Was she with anyone?
Yes, she was with another counselor.
Okay. Do you remember which counselor that was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And where was she, when you say you saw her by the front doors and she was with another counselor, can you describe what that looked like? Meaning, were they on their way out? Were they on their way in?
They were kind of like, wait, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You're doing okay. So remember that because we have a court reporter, only one of us can talk at a time because she can only type one person speaking at a time, okay? So when you saw her, does that mean, was she leaving? Was she coming in with the counselor or doing something else? How did that appear to you?
She was waiting for me.
She looked like she was waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you actively looking for her at that time, or had you just run into her, or something else?
A little bit of both. I was trying to find her and I didn't know where she was.
Did you have a way of communicating with her throughout the day, like phone or something?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did she have any items with her at that time when you saw her?
I believe so, the same items. Oh, yeah, with the mask. She also had a mask.
Okay. Do you recall if she had any additional bags with her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So what happens then when you see her at those front doors with the counselor? What happens next?
She tells us to be safe, and we start walking towards the bus stop.
Okay. And did any of those counselors or school officials come with you all the way to the bus stop?
No, ma'am.
So it was you and Fatima, is that right?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We got to the bus stop sign, and we seen her father's truck.
Okay. And when do you first see her father's truck, if you remember?
I'm not sure if it was or wasn't at first, but when we walked by, it was parked next to the sidewalk,
And-
like where we were walking on the path.
Okay. Well, let me show you a couple pictures. May I first, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Mrs. O is just indicating it's really hard to hear you, so I'm gonna keep asking you to
Yes,
speak
ma'am,
up. You're doing
absolutely.
okay. I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as States Exhibits 1 and 2. I'm gonna ask you to look at those silently to yourself, and then look up at me when you're done, okay? Okay, do you recognize what I've handed you there, Isaiah?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Pictures of the school
Pictures of the school?
and the sidewalk. Yes.
Okay. Do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of that area as it appeared to you on October 18, 2024? Meaning, are those accurate pictures of your school and the parking lot sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take them back. May I approach, Honor?
You may.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Isaiah, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you to look at this and describe, as you're looking at this as a rectangle, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
When you are talking about this rectangle and you're identifying a location on the rectangle, try and identify where within that rectangle you're pointing. Does that make sense? So if we're talking about like a crop of trees in the top right-hand corner, and you're trying to point something out about that,
Yes, ma'am.
indicate that you're looking at the top right-hand corner of the photograph and then describe the item. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what are we looking at in States Exhibit 1?
The Timberline High School.
Okay, and where is Timberline High School? I know that this sounds obvious, but where in that photograph is Timberline High School identified?
Mullen Road.
I'm sorry?
Mullen Road.
Okay. So Mullen Road is the road that's going essentially left to right diagonally across that photo from just above mid-center on the left-hand side to the center at the bottom of the photo. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Timberline High School then the building that is essentially identified through the middle of that photograph towards the top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a parking lot associated with that?
Yes, ma'am.
What parking lot is that?
Timberline High School parking lot.
Who parks in that parking lot that is identified at the center of the photograph towards the bottom?
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Is that a student parking lot?
Yes.
Is that a parent parking lot or something else?
It's the student parking lot.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been.
When you answer, if you can be closer to the microphone, I think that that'd be helpful, okay?
Absolutely.
So go ahead and scoot up even closer. So almost like you're talking on top of it.
Right.
And you can move the microphone around also.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there we go. Did you hear the difference?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibit 2. And looking at States Exhibit 2, do you recognize what's in this photograph, Isaiah? I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Give it a second to. Okay, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The parking lot.
Okay, so a minute ago, you testified that you guys exited the school, and you came out the front doors, and then you thought you saw Dad's truck while you were walking down the sidewalk.
Yes,
Where are
ma'am.
you referring to on this photograph?
In the left corner, next to the bus stop, I think. I can't really like tell.
There we go. Okay. May I, Patrona?
Yes.
I'm gonna give you this, push the button here. Do you see the cursor up top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and point with the cursor. It takes a second for it to pick it up, and it's a little touchy. So what sidewalk, when you indicate you left the school and you started heading towards the bus stop, what path did you take?
I was taking this path right here, and I saw the truck right here.
Okay. So on terms of this photograph, you're just to the left of center. There is a road and some crosswalks essentially that cut almost directly down vertically on that photograph. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've indicated of the essentially 3 crosswalk dash lines or sections on that, it was next to the second set of dash lines, right about in the middle of that page just to the left. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you thought you saw it there. I'm going to go ahead, you can put that down. Thank you. So you thought you saw Dad's truck there. What does Dad's truck look like?
I heard it was silver and gray.
So did you believe it was silver and gray at the time? Or silver or gray at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have to walk past the truck in order to get to the bus stop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you consider going back to the school when you saw the truck?
I was unsure until it pulled up.
Okay. So when you say you were you unsure that it was for sure the truck versus unsure about going back to the school or something else?
I was unsure if it was like a student's truck, like it could be a student's car.
Okay. So you thought you saw the truck, but you weren't sure for certain that was Dad's truck?
Right.
Okay. So did you keep going to the bus stop?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to have you, now that you're not looking at the picture, kind of reposition that microphone again so it's a little bit closer to you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And where is that bus stop in relation to the school?
Next, like in front of the school on the side.
And were there other students who used that bus stop?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened next when you got to the bus stop?
We waited for a second, and then the car moved and pulled up. And then, I asked Noah, my friend, if there was if somebody was coming out of the car, and he said yes.
And was Noah your friend at the bus stop as well?
Yes.
May I republish number 2, please, Your Honor? Isaiah, when you say you saw the truck move from the location about where the cursor is right now, that's where you had ended before, first of all, where's the bus stop on this map?
At the bottom left.
Okay, is that where the little blue icon is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you see the truck move to? And go ahead and use the cursor again to indicate where you thought you watched the truck move to. Whereabouts?
I seen it move like closer to the bus stop,
Okay.
in front of the bus stop.
And so are you talking, I'm going to use my finger, are you talking in this set of stalls down here?
Yes, ma'am.
Or over here?
More towards right there, yes.
Okay. So somewhere in this section on what I would say is the bottom left-hand corner set of stalls of that photograph. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Facing Mullen Road, parallel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. When So you told Noah, he said yes, that someone was coming out of it. Did you tell Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see, at some point, did you see if the dad was coming out?
Yes. I peeked.
You peeked?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
We were next to the Timberline sign waiting for the bus. And we were kind of like next to it, behind it, so I kind of peeked over.
And then when you saw him, did you stay at the sign or did you move?
We moved closer to the bus stop.
And when you say you moved closer to the bus stop, what does that mean to you?
We moved a little bit waiting for the bus, like to see if it was here, but we didn't move like a whole bunch.
Okay. Is there a bus stop sign, like a route sign that sticks up at that stop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you move closer to that sign or farther away from that sign?
Closer to the sign.
And did you tell Fatima that you had seen her dad?
Yes.
And what was her response? Without repeating anything she said, what was her response?
I don't remember her response.
Okay. And at some point, did the both of you see Fatima's dad?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her response when she saw Fatima's dad, or when she saw her dad?
She started like shaking and getting like scared.
And when you say scared, what does scared look like to you?
Like shaking, like she was shaking.
Okay. And at this point, you've known Fatima for 2 years, a year and a half,
Yes, ma'am.
somewhere around there. So what happens next? Does dad approach you?
Not me, but he approaches Fatima and they have a conversation in their language.
They had a conversation in another language?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how would you describe the volume of that conversation?
I would say it was like kind of like soft at first, but like as she kept backing away, like you could hear him like getting more upset.
How did she look during this conversation?
She looked like frightened. She didn't know what to do. She just kept stepping back.
Was he backing up from her, following her, staying stationary, or something else?
Following her.
And what are you doing while this conversation is going on between Fatima and her dad?
I'm kind of like on the side of them while they're like talking, like, you know, like in between me basically, but like I'm on the side. So like they're having their conversation and I'm just like right here.
Next to her?
Yes.
Okay. Are you comforting her in any way?
Yes, I'm rubbing her back
Why were you doing that?
because I knew how she felt.
Had she talked to you about how she felt?
Yes.
Did you notice any response from her dad as to your contact or your presence?
I think they were just talking back and forth. I didn't know what they were saying. So
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did he say anything to you in English?
I don't remember if he did.
Okay. What happens next?
We're walking closer to the bus stop and like he starts to get more aggressive and we see the bus, so I try to like, you know, push her a little bit so we could get ready to go, and then he grabs her and I look back up at him and then he punches me, and then for a second I don't know what happened for a second, and then I see him like grab her and they had got to the ground, and I had came over.
Let me interrupt you for a second, okay? When you say he grabbed her initially as you indicated that the bus is coming. Where did he grab her, if you remember?
He grabbed her shoulder.
Her shoulder,
Yes.
okay? And what did you do when you saw him grab her shoulder,
I tried to push them away from each other.
okay? And what did that look like?
I tried to like push her away.
Push her away?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
I tried to grab his arm and grab her like shoulder so I could like try to separate them.
Okay. And what happened when you did that?
He punched me
Where did he punch you?
on the side of my face,
Do you remember which side of your face?
my left side.
Okay. And can you just point to where he punched you? And you're pointing to the left side by your temple next to your eyebrow, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say he punched you, I just want to make sure we're using the same, everyone understands what you mean. Is that with an open hand, closed fist, or something else?
Closed fist.
Okay. And what happened when he punched you? Did you stay there or go somewhere else?
I think like I flew back a little bit. And I like thought I had to recollect myself and like look at myself like that just happened to like assure me like that just happened, you know. So
Mm-hmm. And so you said you had to recollect yourself. Is Fatima's dad bigger than you, smaller than you, same size as you, or something else?
bigger than me.
Did you end up with any injuries as a result of that punch?
Maybe a little headache.
Okay. Did you have any abrasions, like scrapes, scratches? Oh my goodness. Scrapes, scratches, bruising, swelling, or anything like that that you remember?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why, Isaiah, he's her parent and he's bigger than you. Why didn't you just let him take her home?
Because he didn't want to take her home.
And so you didn't believe he wanted to take her home?
No.
Okay. What is Fatima doing during this?
Not much of anything. She's just like scared. And like she's just scared, like backing up more, not wanting to be next to him.
So I'm going to ask you to lean in a bit more.
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. Do you hear the difference when you're talking almost right on top of it
Mhm.
versus when you lean back?
Yes.
Okay. So you said she was scared and she was backing up more. Was she, when he grabbed her, was she trying to go with him?
No.
So you said her dad punches you. What happens after her dad punches you?
I kind of like see him grab her and like take her to the ground, like almost like.
Okay, what does that look like when you say you see him grab her and take her to the ground? Does he make it all the way to the ground, or is he on his way to the ground? If you remember.
He's on his way to the ground.
Okay. And what do you mean by he grabs her? What does that look like?
He kind of like spun her around in a way because she didn't want to go with him, and he like grabbed her and put her in a headlock.
Put her in a headlock?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
What does a headlock mean to you? When you say a headlock, what does that look like?
Like just strangling her, just having her, like having his hands around her throat.
Okay.
His
And
forearms.
you're saying hands. I just want to make sure the record is
Mhm.
clear. You're demonstrating with your arms around, but you're saying hands. Do you mean her hands, or do you mean her arm? Or
Her-
excuse me, do you mean his hands or his arms were around her neck?
His arms.
Okay. What happens? What happens next? What do you do next?
I try to get to them.
You try
Yeah.
and get to them,
Yes.
and what does that look like?
Like as they're going to the, like as they're going to the ground, like I get there, and then I'm on the ground with them.
And is he in front of her? Is he behind her? Something else?
In my vision, he was like was on his side, and she was in front of him.
Okay. And then what happens?
I start punching him as he's choking her, and other people around me are trying to get him. Get him off of her.
What, if anything, is he saying to you or anyone else during this? If you remember, if anything.
I don't remember.
Do you remember him saying anything?
No, ma'am.
And you're shaking your head, is that a no?
I said no, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. What, if anything, is Fatima saying to you or anyone else during this?
And nothing.
Nothing?
She can't speak.
And when you say she can't speak, what do you mean by that?
Like, she's...
I'm going to sustain just a form of the question.
When you say she can't speak, what are you seeing that makes you think she can't speak?
She's gasping for air, trying to grab his hands off of her throat.
You said she's gasping for air and trying to grab his hands off of her throat?
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to clarify, I think you said grabbing his hands off of her throat. Are his hands on her throat or his arms?
His arms.
Okay. How would you describe his, Fatima's dad's demeanor during this? Meaning, what did he look like to you? Did he look like it was relaxed, happy, sad, mad, something else? How did he appear to you?
He looked angry.
He looked angry? And you said you ended up on the ground with them, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated you were punching him, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you punching him?
In the top of his head and on the side of his face.
Okay. Why are you doing that?
To get him unconscious, to get him off of her.
Was that successful? Did that work?
Yes, ma'am.
He let her go because of your punching?
Yes, ma'am.
Because of your punching or because of other people?
Because of my punching.
What's your objection, Mr. Kading?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did Fatima's dad hold on to Fatima while you were punching him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's he doing while you're punching him?
Still choking her.
You're gonna have to speak up, I'm sorry.
Still choking her.
He's still choking her. And you said other students were there. Do you remember who those other students were? Okay. Do you remember if any adults showed up?
Yes. The bus driver had showed up.
Okay, you remember the bus driver.
Yes, ma'am.
What is he doing?
He's looking at the situation and trying to see what's going on, but he looked, I don't know, wait, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You said you don't know what he was doing?
Yeah,
You
he
don't
just
know what?
looked kind of, in a way, like he looked at what was going on, but he had to get back to the bus, so.
Okay. And how would you describe the environment? What's going on? Are the kids
It's
being
chaotic.
quiet? Is there something else?
It's kind of like chaotic, like everybody's screaming, everybody's in shock.
And what are people screaming?
Call 911, or like to get off of her.
Call 911 and to get off of her?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
What were the adults doing when they showed up?
When I seen the bus driver, I didn't see him do much. Like, he looked at the situation. I don't really remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember if any other adults showed up on scene?
I think so. Like, at the end. like the end of the choking.
Okay. Do you remember what that individual looked like?
No, ma'am.
Did Fatima's dad, if you remember, have anything else wrapped around Fatima besides arms, if you remember?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all I remember. He didn't have anything but his arms wrapped around her.
Okay. When you said people were yelling to call 911 and get off of her, was Fatima's dad responding to anyone who was telling him that?
No, ma'am. He stayed quiet.
He what?
He stayed quiet.
He stayed quiet. Did he release her based on what anyone was telling him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout this time, are his arms still on her neck?
Yes, ma'am.
During this time, could you see Fatima?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And how did Fatima appear to you?
Her face was looking like pale, and her eyes were starting to roll back.
Her eyes were rolling back.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say they're rolling back, what do you mean by that?
They were rolling back, and
Do you want to take a break?
I'm gonna ask the bailiffs to come forward. We're gonna take about a 10-minute recess.
area.
So there. When we left, you were talking about how Fatima appeared
Yes,
at
ma'am.
this point. What did you see? You described her as being pale, her eyes like rolling up in her head.
Mhm.
Anything else that she appeared to you?
At first she was trying to fight it, and then she kind of just like her arms kind of just frizzed out a little bit, and then she just like went limp.
So to make sure, because I want to make sure that everyone heard you, you said at first she was trying to fight it, and then did you use the word frizzed out? Is that how you described it?
Yeah, like it was like her arms were like moving around for a second.
So she was trying to fight it, then she frizzed out, her arms were moving around for like a second, and then you said she just went limp.
Yes, ma'am.
When she went limp, were her dad's arms still around her neck?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is everyone else doing at this point while she is limp?
Freaking out.
They're freaking out?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if any of the adults are there at that point?
No, ma'am.
No, you don't remember? Okay,
Just need a verbal response to the
No,
last
ma'am.
one.
thank you. And at some point then, once adults arrived, was the crowd or adults able to get her loose?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened when they were trying to release her? What happened next, as you remember?
I just kept punching him, and then I saw his eyes go closed and his grip released, and whoever came in pulled like the rest of his arms off of her, and she was able to get free.
Okay. And what happens when, so you said the adults there, she's released, and what happens when she's released?
Once I seen her get up, she was very concussed. She didn't know what was going on. I tried to like get her so I could lead her so we could like to the school so we could get somewhere safe.
And did she get right up then from being released by her dad, or being made to be released by her dad? Should she get up right up and you guys go to the school? Or what did that look like?
No, ma'am. It was more or less like she was on the ground and then she got herself up with my help. And then we were gonna walk back to the school, but her mom and sister showed up.
Okay. And so you next remember then seeing mom and sister as you're trying to get back to the school. What happens? What does this look like?
Well, once I see them coming up, her mother is like screaming and crying, and she grabs Fatima like around her throat area, and like is sobbing, and we're like, me and Zayla like we were confused on why she was doing that after what happened, and then like me, Fatima, like pushed, like tried to get her off, and then we all like they both fell to the ground,
And when,
and
I'm gonna stop you for a second. They both, who both?
Fatima and her mom,
Okay. And then what happens?
and then she was still screaming and crying, and like her arms were still like kind of on her like throat and chest area.
And do you remember if you saw Fatima's mom? Well, first of all, you've met Fatima's mom before, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, I believe, her mom and sister, who is her sister?
Yeah, Haneen.
Okay. Had you met Haneen before?
Yes,
And so do you recognize Haneen when you see Haneen?
absolutely.
Okay. And do you remember how they were dressed that day? Meaning, do you remember what Haneen was wearing versus what Fatima's mom was wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Mrs. Ali wearing versus Haneen?
It was like her mom was wearing like an orange brown type of dress, and Haneen was wearing like all black with a black coat and a blue hijab.
And do you say a dress or a headdress?
What? I think it was just a dress. I'm not sure.
You remember her being in a dress?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then was Haneen in a dress or in pants then?
I believe it was pants.
Believe pants.
Yes, ma'am.
And when is the first time that you remember seeing Fatima's mom and sister?
When Fatima got free, they rushed over.
Okay. And that's the first time you remember seeing them?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if Fatima's mom or sister ever struck or made contact with you?
Yes.
Who?
I believe it was both.
Do you remember specifically if her mom made contact with you?
Yes, he tried to grab me at the end.
She tried to grab you at the end?
Yes.
And you said you've previously met Mrs. Ali, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So she knows who you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Fatima speak with you in like her normal voice or anything like that that you remember while her mom had her around the throat?
No, other than I can't breathe. And I believe that like she was still in shock, and that
Okay.
like feeling someone's arms around her neck was
So when you say I can't, she said no, something like I can't breathe. Was it in her normal voice, a different voice, or is that an assumption or something you heard, or what does that sound like?
it was more like she scratched it out of her throat, like it was like a cough almost, like it was like she couldn't really make it out.
And was that when she was standing up when you previously described, or down on the ground with her mom?
Down on the ground with her mom.
And what was Fatima's demeanor like once she is released from her dad and released from her mom and her sister? How does she appear to you?
Well, once we got free of them, like, she just took off running to the school. Like, I had to look back, and then she was already, like, trying to get away.
And how did she appear?
Very, like, she was heartbroken for sure. Scared.
Okay.
She wanted to get away.
And what happens next? You start running for the school, and then what happens?
Her mom was low-key, like, chasing behind us.
Did you say her mom was like low-key chasing behind you?
I apologize, yes,
That's
ma'am.
okay. What does that mean to you?
She was close to us for a second, and then we started to run faster
And so you ran faster, and where did you go?
to the school.
And who was running in front?
Fatima.
So were you following Fatima to the school?
More or less running alongside her, yes.
And where did she go?
We went straight to the office,
Why did you go to the office?
because we knew we could get help and be safe.
And did you see her mom during this period?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who, if anyone, did you talk to in the school when you got there?
One of the counselor that we seen at the door.
The counselor you'd seen at the door?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you go? Did you stay there in the office or did you go somewhere else?
We went somewhere else.
Where else did you go?
We went to a room in a room in the office. I'm
A
sorry.
room in the office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened next?
We were both in shock. The teachers were trying to figure out what was going on, and they were just checking us out, helping us get like water or like an ice pack.
And did police come?
Yes.
And when did the police come?
Maybe like 5 to 6, 7 minutes afterwards.
So pretty close in time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you give a statement to police?
I'm not
Meaning,
sure.
did you talk to police?
Yes.
Did you talk to them then, later, with parents or without parents?
Without parents.
Okay. And did you get checked out by medical staff?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Did your parents come to the school?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, did you go to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you call your parents?
I called my mom, yes. She was calling me before when it was going down.
Do you remember if you had photos taken of you at the time of these events?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember having photos taken?
More or less Fatima, not me.
Okay. You remember Fatima having photos, but you don't remember if you did.
Right.
Hey, Coach Runner.
You may.
Isaiah, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States Exhibits 39 through 51. I'm going to ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Isaiah, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
Pictures
Pictures of who?
of me.
Okay. And when you look at those pictures, are those pictures from October 18th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that they're of that day?
Because I was wearing the same outfit.
Okay. Do you remember having those photographs taken now as you look at them, or do you still not remember those photos?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And do those appear to be a true and accurate representation of how those injuries appeared to you at the time of these events?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'll take them back to me. May I, Pertrona?
You may.
Isaiah, do you remember who took those photos?
No, but I believe it was an officer.
And you just didn't recall that before?
Yes, ma'am.
Isaiah, have you looked at any videos associated with this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember seeing any of the school videos floating around, meaning any videos that any of your peers or students, other students would have taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whose did you see?
I see.
You want our permission to publish State's Exhibit 61?
You may.
Okay, starting with State's Exhibit 61, what's already been admitted. I'm going to play it for a moment and then hit pause and ask if you can identify some people in it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Isaiah, do you see yourself anywhere in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And where do you see yourself?
Punching Fatima's father.
Can you identify where you are in terms of this photograph itself?
Neck.
Sorry, the video, it's not a photograph.
On the ground next to them.
Okay. Are you in the top half of the video? Second person in from the left, or excuse me, from the right side of that still, where we're paused, right at 1 second?
Yes, ma'am. I am on the right.
Okay. And where is Fatima in this video?
Underneath her father.
Okay. Starting again. I hit pause. Who is that dragging? Do you know? We're paused now at 5 seconds in.
His name.
Fatima when he drug him.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And who was the walked up in the orange vest?
The bus driver.
Okay. Have you, Your Honor, permission to play State's Exhibit 34?
You may.
And starting this video at 2:12:52, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
indicate the view that you are publishing, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is the road video, or road view of the video. I want to back, I've stopped it at 2:13:22. I want to back up just a couple of seconds. I'm gonna hit play again and then hit pause. And so we've stopped at 2:13:19. I know that there's a individual in white and you all are moving. What's happening during this portion of the video?
That's when he first grabbed her. We seen the bus coming, and he started grabbing her, pulling her away. I tried to pull him off of her.
Okay. Restarting it at 2:13:19. And what just happened at pause at 2:13:23? What just happened in the video?
He sucker punched me.
Okay. And who is currently pictured on the right-hand side, lower right corner of that video?
Fatima and her father.
Okay. Restarting it at 2:13:23. And hitting pause. As you're running up on them,
Can you
what?
indicate the pause time?
Yes, Your Honor. 2:13:26. As you're running up on them, what have you observed at that point? Why are you running up on them?
Because he had her and he just punched me. So,
Did you have any concerns for her?
yes.
Restarting it at 2:13:26. And I pause it at 2:13:58. I'm gonna back up about 10 seconds. Do you see the individual that's just come across into the frame and is heading towards the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember seeing him? He's standing on the sidewalk in this photograph at 2:13:58. Do you remember seeing him at the time?
No, ma'am. I believe I was still punching him.
Okay. I'm gonna back the video up just a moment. I'm gonna ask you to watch the right-hand side of the screen here by the tree, the very far right of that frame, and see if you recognize anyone entering the frame in the next 10 seconds.
And what time did you move it back to?
2:13:55. Did you see anyone come in on the right-hand side of that screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see come in? Okay. So Fatima's mother is on scene while these events are still going on. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And I've restarted it at that same time. So I've paused it at 2:14:55. I want to go back about 5 seconds
Yes, ma'am.
and tell me if you can see where Fatima is and what Fatima is doing. Actually, I've got it at 2:14:52. Do you see where Fatima is in that video?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who is on the ground here?
Yes,
Where the
ma'am.
white cursor is. Who is that?
I think it's her mom, Fatima's mom.
Okay, and is Fatima with her on the ground?
Yes.
Whose arms are reaching out to you?
I think it's Fatima. I'm not sure.
Do you remember Fatima's mom reaching out to you?
No, I don't think so.
Restarted at that same time, 2:14:55. at 2:15:08. Where did you go from standing up in this video?
I went down to get Fatima.
Okay, so Fatima was on the ground and you were trying to help Fatima.
Yes, ma'am.
Restarted at 2:15:08. I paused it at 2:15:23. What is happening on the right side of this video, just past the trees and essentially behind where Dad is laying down on the ground? What's going on in this time period of the video?
Fatima's mom and sister tried to get at her.
Is that when you were describing the tussle happening before you ran off to the school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Restarting it at 2:15:23. I paused it at 2:15:35. Right behind the trees, do you see the woman in the red skirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a group of people with that woman in the red skirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who moved behind the trees when the woman with the red skirt was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the woman in the red skirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you had the tussle with Fatima's mom and Fatima's sister, do you remember moving behind the trees?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We're at 2:15:35, restarting. Okay, and I've stopped it at 2:15:53. Are you gone, you and Fatima gone by this point in the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Isaiah, I have no further questions for you at this time. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Morning, or afternoon, Isaiah.
Afternoon.
So a couple of things I wanted to clarify with you.
Yes, sir.
You've talked to the police previous in this case.
Yes, sir.
Gave a statement. Now, you originally said when you were talking to the police that when you got punched, you weren't sure what happened because things went black. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you told them you thought you had been knocked to the ground.
No, sir.
You didn't say that?
No, sir.
Okay. So if someone said that you had said that, that would be incorrect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, you also said you weren't quite sure, and your testimony today was you didn't quite know how Fatima and her dad went to the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this was shortly after you had just been punched in the face, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at that point when you got punched, were you angry at that point?
Angry and scared. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so at that point then, you decided to run towards Fatima and her father, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you ran towards them and got close to them, you kind of jumped off the ground and you punched Mr. Ali, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you punched him then, the three of you fell down, right?
Fatima was already falling towards the ground.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph. Let's see if I can find it here. Your Honor, if I may approach.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 502. Take a look at that. It's kind of a still photo of one of the shots we just watched from the bus video. Okay? Do you recognize yourself there in the Nike backpack?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you see that you have your right arm raised as if to punch?
Yes, sir.
right? And then right in front of you is Mr. Ali and Fatima, and they are both actually on their feet at that point, aren't they?
Yeah, it looks like they finna slip and fall on the ground. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the one or 2 seconds around that photo, though, they're still on their feet, right?
Hmm. Yes, sir.
And it's only after you come at them and punch Mr. Ali that they fall to the ground,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach you, Hunter?
May?
Now let's talk a minute, a little bit earlier than that. When you were at the bus stop and you saw her father's car, you were walking out with Fatima, right?
Yes, sir.
And Noah was with you?
No, sir. He was at the bus stop already.
He was already there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to me in May?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we talked about what was going on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you told me at that point, you said that you told Noah to quote, "Be prepared," right?
More or less, Fatima. I said that to Fatima.
Okay. So you're saying Noah wasn't even around when you said that?
No, I was saying that I told Fatima that, not Noah.
Okay. Be prepared. So in your mind, you were getting prepared for what?
For something, I don't know.
Okay. And then Fatima's father came up, started talking to the two of you?
To her, yes.
Okay. Talking to her, right? You didn't know what was being said?
No, sir.
And when the conversation started, things were pretty calm? He was just talking to her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then apparently she kept saying no, right? You weren't sure what they're saying because they're speaking Arabic, right?
Yes, sir.
But you were getting the impression that she was not agreeing with what he was saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at that point is when you decided to, what'd you say, put yourself kind of in between them?
Not in between, but on the side, yes.
On the side? How far away were you from them?
I was pretty close.
Okay. Can you give me a definition of pretty close?
Like next to their arms.
Okay. So within a few inches.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're there, and then Mr. Ali grabs Fatima by the
Yes, sir.
shoulder, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, did you decide that you were going to stop that from happening and push his arm away?
Yes, sir. He was dragging her. Like, he was dragging her. He grabbed her, started dragging her, and then I tried to move my arm away.
Okay, so he had her by the shoulder,
Mhm.
and then he
I-
was pulling her, and then you decided to push him.
Yes, I put my hand on his hand and my hand on her shoulder to try to pull him apart.
Okay, and now that's what we saw in the video, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, and then after you get into the view of the video there, then Fatima kind of falls off to the side. He turns around and gives you a punch in the head, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then after that, he's trying to take her away some more, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want that to happen.
Yes, sir.
So you went and you punched him,
Yes, sir, because he
knocked
punched
him to
me.
the ground,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then while he was on the ground, you continued to punch him in rapid succession, right?
Yes, sir.
And maybe hit him 30 or 40 times,
Yes, sir.
okay? And maybe kicked him in the head 3 or 4 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay, meanwhile, Caleb is hitting him as well?
Absolutely, yes,
And
sir.
then it was Caleb that dragged him across the ground,
Yes, sir.
okay? Your other friend Zayla was there as well?
Yes, sir.
She was punching him?
Yes, sir.
All of this is happening at once,
Absolutely, yes,
yelling and screaming.
sir. Yes, sir.
So essentially, a pretty chaotic situation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you said you continued to punch him, and I believe you didn't testify to this, but what you had said before was you punched him until his head went soft, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you say that, what does that mean to you?
In the middle of his head, like when I kept punching, it just went soft.
It just went soft?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. And his head went soft, and he let go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was when all these other people started showing up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so from that point on, did you see him move anymore?
No, man. Oh, no, sir.
No, sir. Okay. And then you were there just a few seconds. Haneen came in at that point, right after he had already let go of Fatima, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Haneen comes in, and she starts yelling, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she hadn't been there up to that point.
No, sir.
So the only thing she knew that was going on was that her father was laying there on the ground, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And at that point, Fatima was no longer right there, right?
No, sir.
She had moved behind,
Yes, sir.
and she was sitting behind with her mother.
Yes,
right? Her mother had got there a few seconds before Haneen, right?
Absolutely.
So they're sitting on the ground back there. The man from the truck is sitting there on Mr. Ollie's, on the ground next to Mr. Ollie, holding him down. The bus driver was there for a short period of time, then he left, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the other people were gathered around.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And so at that point, you start having an interaction with Haneen, right? She's screaming, and then you start talking to her. As a matter of one point, you pushed her hand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were going to hit her again, but somebody stopped you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were mad at Haneen.
Yeah. She grabbed my chain and broke my chain. She scratched my neck.
Okay. And did you ever tell anyone that?
Yes, my parents.
Okay. You didn't tell the police or anything that though?
I don't think so, but there's
Okay.
pictures.
All right, so she's there screaming. Her dad's laying on the ground. Her mom and her sister are back there behind him, and you're confronting her, pushing at her, and trying to hit her, right?
No, sir. Not trying to hit her.
You didn't bring your hand up?
No, more or less to like get her away from me, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, at some point, was there a time when you pushed Fatima and her mother to the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was when they were behind Mr. Ollie, and this was happening behind them?
Yes, when her mom was trying to take her, yes.
Okay. All right, and at the time all this was happening, you said you were 16 years old?
Yes, sir.
And Fatima was 17?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had previously talked to your parents about dating Fatima, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew she wasn't supposed to be dating anybody,
Yes, sir.
but that didn't concern you too much, the two of you dated?
Yes, sir.
Okay, secretly,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. For how long?
For a little while.
Okay, this happened on October 18th. How much is a little while?
Can you repeat the question?
How long were you dating?
A full year at that point, a year and a couple months. No, 9 months. I'm sorry.
9 months?
Yeah, 8 to 7 to 9 months, around that range.
Okay, so you had started dating sometime in February.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever go to Fatima's house, have dinner with her family, anything?
No, sir.
Did her family ever come to your house for dinner?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any interaction between the two families?
No, sir.
Okay. You met her sister Haneen on a couple occasions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was one time she gave you a ride somewhere,
Yes, sir.
and another time she saw you at a school dance or something. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other than that, did you have any contact with Haneen?
Sometimes they would go to the park and I would be there.
Okay. So you would just happen to be there?
Yes,
Or was
sir.
that something that was set up for you and
Me and
Fatima?
Fatima. Yeah. We would go to the park and they would be there.
okay, so you'd set it up to be there at the same time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Everything then, it's fair to say that you know about the Ali family you got from Fatima, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I didn't hear what you said when the prosecutor asked you if you'd ever talked to Mr. Ali prior. Had you ever spoken to him?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Members of the jury, we took a 10-minute recess a while ago, and normally we take a 15-minute recess in the afternoon. So we're going to take another 10-minute recess at this time. I'm going to ask the bailiffs to come forward and lead you back. Thank you.
And if you do need to take a break, let me know, okay? So we want to talk about October 18th last year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's a day you probably remember a lot better than, say, October 17th or October 16th, fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you were in class in first period
Yes, sir.
and Fatima comes to class, did you know where she had been that morning?
No, sir.
So you were surprised to see her?
Yes, sir.
Throughout the day, you did have an opportunity to have conversations with her. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was your understanding that she had run away. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were headed to the bus that afternoon, it was your understanding that she didn't want to go home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, from your standpoint, we're going to help her not go home. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And so kind of your intention was when you see Dad, you were going to support her, right?
Absolutely.
And that meant potentially making sure that she didn't have to go home. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's why you were standing by her initially with Dad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were there to support her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And her decision to run away, right?
Yes, sir. She had a place to go, though.
Right. But like not home.
Yes, sir.
And you had told Caleb, your friend, basically, let me know if he's coming, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know that he got out of the truck?
Yes, sir.
And how you saw him get out of the truck?
It was a little bit of both. I told Noah to let me know if he got out of the truck, and then he was like, okay. And once he went, I kind of peeked, and then I seen him hop out the truck. Yes.
Okay. So you were kind of hyper aware.
Yes, sir.
All right. How many times had you seen, or how many times had his dad, how many times had Mr. Ali seen you prior to October 18th?
He shouldn't have seen me.
Ever?
No, sir.
Okay. So may have known your name, but really had no idea who you were.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you didn't necessarily introduce yourself to him when he walked up, fair?
No, sir.
Okay. So his focus appeared to be on his daughter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Having a conversation with her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Appeared calm at first,
Yes, sir.
and then as Fatima didn't want to go, things then kind of went downhill from there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so then as you physically intervene, he doesn't necessarily know who you are, fair?
Yes, sir.
And so doesn't know you from, doesn't know Caleb, didn't appear to recognize anybody at the bus stop except his daughter, fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then we have the physical confrontation, right?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, we've seen the video, struggle, you getting punched initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that upsets you, right?
Absolutely.
Reasonably so. And then you then go over to him by the tree in the dirt area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you punch him back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you testified to Mr. Kading that the punches were between 30 and 40 punches to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not successful at first, right?
Yes, sir.
But ultimately felt like it was successful in the end to get him to release her, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Punching him hard?
Yes, sir.
You broke your hand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did that take to heal?
I'm not sure I remember, but it wasn't like a long, like, it was like not a long time, but not a quick time.
Okay. So, right hand or left hand?
Right hand.
And so like a knuckle?
Yes, sir.
And that presumably was from punching, fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would like to show you Exhibit 34 with the court's permission.
You may.
Thank you. And as that's coming up on the screen, so the jury knows that this is from the transit video, and there's like 8 different cameras all throughout the bus, but this is the one that kind of provides the best picture, and it is labeled front, okay? Now, I have it queued up to 2:13:57. You see the little green time stamp on that? Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, we see the individual running across the street. Do you recognize that person?
No, sir.
Okay. You described 2 adults, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least 2 male adults, fair?
Yes, sir.
With one of them being the bus driver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the bus driver there?
Yes, sir.
And describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing an orange vest.
Okay. And then we see this other individual, and I think it'll become clear who he is as he runs in, okay? But at this point, you don't recognize or what his role is?
No, sir.
Okay. And it's really kind of hard to see a little bit, but what I would love for you to do is focus on kind of above the vest, the orange vest, and we're talking about, the screen just went black, so we'll wait till it comes back up, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's the Elmo. We did have a problem with that cable. I don't know if that was yesterday.
Okay, I may need to go back to the desk, but. Want me to go back to the desk? Okay, all right, we're gonna adjust.
Yes,
Hang
sir.
tight. Okay. All right, here we go. A little technical difficulty, just unplugged. Give this another shot. Okay, so what I'd love for you to do is kind of watch in the next 3 seconds, kind of in the area above where the bus driver is leaning. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
And we're talking on the right side of the frame, kind of middle, okay?
Yes, sir.
And tell me if you see Fatima's mom arrive, okay?
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that we did practice this on break. Okay, I'm gonna close this out and then reload it from the stick, okay? what you're seeing is all 8 versions, and I'm going to close it out to get to just the one. And this is still Exhibit 34. And I'm going to move it to 2:13:55. Okay, so we went back a little bit further. So it's about the next 5 seconds. You see the individual getting out of the truck on the
Yes, sir.
left-hand side? All right. And we have the bus driver leaning down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Did you see her mom walk in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we paused it at 13:59. All right, and so who has the beige backpack on the left?
I believe that is Zayla.
Okay, Zayla?
Yes.
And when I say the left, I'm talking about the group of kids center right of the screen. Okay, so we know that Fatima's mom is on scene at 13:59. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we know that the individual got out of the truck and he arrived roughly at the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this point, have you been successful in terms of punching Mr. Ali to get him to release?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to have you kind of identify where you are because you're kind of moving around in this. So we're now playing at 13:59. Okay. I'm stopping it at 2:14:15. Okay? So we're now roughly 15, 16 seconds after mom has arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have stood up and you are now, do you see yourself in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where are you?
I am on the left.
Okay. And if the how would you describe yourself to the jury so they can tell who you are?
I am wearing the Nike backpack.
Okay. So it looks like kind of blue jeans or light blue pants
Yes, sir.
and a black hoodie.
Yes, sir.
And you've got a Nike backpack, and you are standing to the left of the bus driver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it would appear that now a third male is just standing there. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so now stopping at 2:14:22. So now this is roughly 22 to 23 seconds after mom's arrived, and now you are standing by what appears to be kind of like a small maple tree to the far left of the group. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, we're still talking about the kids, the group of people center right of the photo.
Yes, sir.
And what is your attention on at this point?
I think I was in shock. I was very unsure what was going on. At first, once they got to the ground, I was like, okay, that's her daughter, But once her hands started to get closer and Fatima said she couldn't breathe, that's when I stepped in and tried to pull her away.
Okay. And so, and all of that happened kind of before mom got, right? So you were punching. Success. She's released. So that's roughly at about 2:14, right?
Yes, sir.
I have to assume adrenaline is just pulsing through your veins. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you kind of get up and you've now walked around and then now 22 seconds after kind of a mark where we think that Fatima has been released. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're kind of standing around like,
What's going on?
what is going on?
Right.
Okay, this has been a relatively short period of time. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, you're still standing and, forgive me, I forgot her name with the beige backpack.
Zayla.
Say it.
Zayla.
Zayla?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so she was standing with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, there appears to be a woman who she's holding something up. Is that Fatima's sister?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is she doing at this point?
She is being obnoxious in my face, recording,
Okay.
and asking me what I'm doing.
Okay. You're kind of frustrated, fair?
Absolutely.
Upset?
Absolutely.
Okay. Your focus throughout this whole process has been, I want to protect my girlfriend, correct?
Yes, sir.
And got in a very significant physical struggle with her dad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Feels like she's safe, you can kind of take a deep breath,
Right.
and then all of a sudden she's up in your face filming you, fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yelling at you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you yelling back, or at least standing your ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your attention is on her, fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So now we're at 2:14:33 where I paused,
Yes, sir.
and we just saw that you raised your fist towards her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't hit her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you were not happy with her,
No,
correct?
because she grabbed me. Like,
Uh-huh. Yep. And so like there is now a confrontation between you and sister. Fair?
yes, sir.
Okay. And Zayla is now holding you back with sister, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're now roughly 34 seconds after mom's arrival, correct?
Yes, sir.
And up until this point, your focus really hasn't been on mom at all. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Because you're
I'm distracted.
taking a deep breath.
Right.
What is going on? I'm kind of walking over, right?
Yes, sir.
You then all of a sudden are thrust into a confrontation with her sister, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's not a confrontation that you started, right?
No, sir.
She walked up on you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why the raised fist?
Because she got a hold of my forearm and I raised it back and like was thinking like, why did she do that? Like, why is she trying to get a hold of me?
Okay. Okay. And what message did you want to send her with the raised fist?
There was no message. It was more or less like a pullback, like a pullback of instinct, like don't touch me.
Okay.
You know, after what just happened.
Now, to be fair, it wasn't just a pullback. It was also kind of a message like, stop.
Right.
Okay. So now I want to take a step back before we return to the video, okay? So at this point, this hasn't gone particularly well. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Your hope when you walked out of that school was you guys were going to get on the bus together, right?
Yes, sir.
And so where you guys were going was at least in the same direction on the same bus, correct?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, Dad was there, right?
Yes, sir.
And things kind of went off the rails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have talked about kind of, you don't know what anyone's intentions are, right?
Right.
You know what's your thinking, fair?
Absolutely.
You don't know what Dad is thinking, right?
Right.
You don't know what Fatima's thinking, right?
Right.
You don't know what her sister Haneen is thinking,
Absolutely not.
and you don't know what her mom is thinking, right?
Right.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
It's safe to say that you are kind of in Camp Fatima, right?
Yes, sir.
That is who you are most interested in protecting, right?
Yes, sir.
Your girlfriend, correct?
Absolutely.
And who has suffered harm before your very eyes, right?
Correct.
At the hands of her dad.
Yes.
And then her sister is all of a sudden coming at you. It's like, this is part two, right?
Ridiculous.
Okay. So then you see her mom, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to see this on the video in a second. She's on the ground with Fatima, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, walking into this situation, you expected that she didn't want to be with her dad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't want to be with her mom?
Yes, sir.
Didn't want to be with her sister.
Yes, sir.
And you were going to make sure and help her So you were there to support her, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So eventually you come to her attention that she's on the ground with her mom, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't necessarily see how they got on the ground, right?
It was a little like scuffle between me, Zayla, and Fatima. Like we were trying to like pull her away, and Fatima was low-key trying to pull away. And like us due to the pulling, they fell to the ground.
Okay. And at this time, you can hear Mrs. Ali saying, my daughter, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she sounded upset, crying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Worried?
I'm uncertain.
What's that?
I'm uncertain.
We're uncertain. Okay. Okay, so we can fire back up. Thank you. If I may continue to publish on
You
it.
may.
Thank you. So this is, we're going back to Exhibit 34. I last paused it at 2:14:33. Okay, so this is just after you raised the arm up at Haneen, and then Zayla is attempting to intervene to keep you guys separate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Stopping at 2:14:40. So over this now time, Zayla has kind of pulled you back further towards the maple tree, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for the record, and do you know why we talk about the record? So we have to describe what's on the screen.
Absolutely.
For the person typing, so this is ever read, they can kind of try to piece what we're looking at, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you got a group of people in the middle of the right-hand portion of the screen, and you see Zayla with the beige backpack who's kind of pulled you back, and you continue to be back until 2:14:40. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you continue to stand there, correct? And
Yes,
now
sir.
the bus driver has left, and we have, at 2:14:48, we have a really clear view of you and Zayla, and there's a woman in a white top. Do you know who that is?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Her name is just.
You know the woman or the classmate in the green pants?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is Athena.
Athena, okay. So you guys are kind of separated from the group is somewhat dispersing a little bit at this point, fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I just paused it a little late, but did you see, let me rewind it a little bit, okay? And I'm gonna try to stop it a little early, okay? So
You indicate
I
where you
rewound,
moved it back to.
so I rewound it to 2:14:43, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm hitting play. We see the bus driver leaving. And do you see, so we have the guy who we don't know in the blue jacket and green hat, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we can see Haneen, what appears to be Haneen, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in between those two, we can see an arm. And I think Ms. Stone was asking you about that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so we can then see your attention and Zayla's attention is now looking kind of down in the direction of Mr. Ali and potentially Fatima. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And it would appear that Fatima's already on the ground at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's not really clear how she got on the ground at this point in the time right before this. Fair? From the video?
Yes, sir.
Because we know that you were standing off to the corner of the maple tree, right?
Right.
And you were having this confrontation with Haneen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now your attention is focused and she is on the ground with her mom, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked previously and I asked you, like how long she was on the ground for. And you had said astutely, well, which time, right? Because there was the time when she was on the ground with her dad, right?
Right.
And that was a long period of time, relatively speaking, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the time on the ground with the mom, you said was relatively brief, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she's now on the ground. And this was the point where you were concerned about what she was doing, what mom was doing to daughter, right?
Correct.
Okay. Not when you were standing up.
No, sir, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. And not when she was running towards the school. The question about whether, she was grabbing her inappropriately was when she was on the ground, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm now stopping at 2:14:57, and it would appear that you're arguing again with Haneen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Haneen is still continuing to kind of get in your face a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, agitate?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Make me seem like I'm the villain.
I'm sorry?
Make me seem like I'm the villain because she was recording. So,
Okay, so I'm old.
yes, sir.
2 months ago, I got hearing aids. It was a little traumatic for me. So if you can repeat what you just said. So she got back up on you, and what did you say?
She was recording, like trying to make me seem like I was the villain.
She was recording and trying to make you seem like the villain.
Yes, sir.
And so what gave you the impression that she was trying to make you the villain?
She was continuously trying to get at me.
Okay. And wasn't she making accusations against you like, you hit me?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you were like, I didn't hit you.
At all.
And the video doesn't show you hitting her, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. So you're focused on Haneen. This is 2:14:57. So now we are just a couple of seconds shy of 1 minute since mom got here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I'm stopping at 2:15:03, and it appears that you go down to pull Fatima up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
From mom's arms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Starting again. Stopping at 2:15:14. And as this is going on, everyone else is just kind of standing around, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so like the guy in the blue jacket and hat, he's talking to another student, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that Caleb with backpacks maybe?
I believe so.
Okay, and he's talking, and everybody's kind of standing around. The passerby with the hat who's holding Mr. Ali down, he's just sitting there, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ali's not moving,
Yes, sir.
and there's kind of the struggle where you are trying to pull Fatima up from her mom.
Absolutely.
Okay, and her mom doesn't really want to let her go, right?
No, sir.
Okay. But you succeed, right? And I'm hitting play. All right, so now at 2:15:21, I could see the backpack maybe at 2:20, I'm sorry, at 15:20, where the backpack gets up, and you have now started your way towards the school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you're off to the school, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys run.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Ali is following you, correct?
Yes, so is Haneen.
And so is Haneen.
Yes, sir.
But mom isn't running, correct?
Not quite yet.
Okay. And really doesn't ever really,
Get to us, no, sir.
yeah, you guys, with every passing moment, you guys are putting more ground on her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was never, once she left this spot, she wasn't catching you guys, correct?
No, sir.
And you never saw her again?
No, sir.
Okay. So, on the ground, she's being held, so Fatima is sitting down on the ground at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And her mom is behind her,
Yes, sir.
has her arms around her?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
And she's-
can you describe how you just did your arms, please?
Fair enough, absolutely. All right, so I'm standing, but she was actually seated, right?
Yes, sir.
And she had, and can you describe for me how her arms, I kind of raised my arms in kind of a a circle motion? Like
Yes, sir.
if Fatima is if her back is to my chest and I'm going around her, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. Her back was towards her mom's chest, but her mom's arm was around, not like her chest area, but more towards like her neck, shoulder area.
Okay,
like
and
right
so,
here.
and if I can now describe what you're doing, right? You have an arm that is, upper chest, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not describe it like up against her neck, right?
No, sir.
And from your standpoint is like, oh no, we're not doing this again, right?
Right.
And that's why you intervened, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was more concerned about where this could go as opposed to what you saw. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you know that it was time to put an end to this, right?
Absolutely.
She had the issue with dad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was time to we're gonna get out of here, right?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't gonna let mom stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And Fatima had a hard time talking, right?
Absolutely.
Given what she had just gone through.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see her kind of pass out under dad?
Yes, sir.
And did you see her kind of wake up afterward?
Yes, sir.
And was it like a light switch?
No, sir.
So it was kind of, she's coming back.
Slowly, yes.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Touche.
Did you keep that exhibit? 601.
Here. What's that?
You want this looking? I'll take that off.
That's what I showed them.
We are close, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Kading had asked you some questions about whether essentially you caused Fatima and her dad to fall, or if they only fell after you punched him. What is your recollection of the status of Fatima and her dad when you made contact with them? Were they upright, standing solid, or were they in movement?
They were in movement.
So they may have been on their feet and they may have been on the ground following the punch, but those two things, are they necessarily related?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you punched Mr. Ali and they fell, did he already have his daughter in a headlock?
Yes, ma'am. He was getting there, yes.
And Mr. Leary asked you about the injury to your hand. So let me ask you a question.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
you were punching Mr. Ali, you know you broke your hand. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew after the fact.
Yes.
Okay. So did his head go soft or did your hand go soft?
It was probably my hand that went soft.
Okay. And I want to make sure that I understand, because throughout the period of time, from the time that you see Mr. Ali put his daughter in a headlock to the time that man from the truck arrives and does whatever he does to Mr. Ali, does Mr. Ali release his daughter at any point during that stage? Meaning, is he still choking his daughter throughout that period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you say you believe you were successful, do you believe you were successful in getting her released prior to that, or as a result of the punches, or were you successful in punching him and then also he released his daughter? Does that question make sense?
Yes. Can I say the second option, or do I?
Tell me what you think.
He released when when I was done punching him, I knocked him out, and then that's he just closed his eyes and.
At the same time that man got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there wasn't something else that happened in between there that we had missed. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Just to be clear, you weren't, Fatima wasn't supposed to be dating you. You knew that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Fatima knew that.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Mr. Kading asked if you had dinner their house, would you have been welcome to have dinner at their house based on what you knew?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you ever invited over to their house?
No, ma'am.
Had you been to their house?
No, ma'am.
Had you been in front of their house?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you been asked to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you weren't allowed to be in front of the house, is it fair to say you wouldn't have allowed to been inside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And you'd known Fatima for quite a while at this point, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
So she had confided in you during the course of this time, is that correct?
Absolutely.
So when Mr. Kading asked you that everything you knew about the Ali family was based on Fatima, is that over the course of a lengthy period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And without giving any details, during your experience with Fatima, had you seen information consistent with those statements?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Had you had your own interaction with Mrs. Ali consistent with the information?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Kading showed you Exhibit 601. Do you remember, or excuse me, he asked you specifically about whether you had ever said anything about Haneen grabbing you in your chain. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said you've never said that to anyone before. Is that correct? Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes, I remember a line of questions.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach? I'm going to show what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 601. I'm going to ask you to look at page 57
Yes, ma'am.
and lines 12 through 21, please. Review that silently and then look up at me when you're done. And did I give you an opportunity to look at that before we restarted today?
Yes, ma'am.
And by today, I mean this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on what you reviewed in Exhibit 601, lines 12 through 21 on page 57, had you made that statement before about Haneen attacking you and grabbing at your chain?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you make that statement to?
I believe an officer.
What are the initials next to line 12? Are there initials listed next to it? Or right before it, asking the question?
It says TL. I'm not sure.
So a TL, would that be Defense Counsel Tim Leary?
Yes, ma'am.
So defense, in fact, had previously asked you, and not Mr. Kading, but was Mr. Kading a part of that interview with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember doing that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in fact, you've made that statement before to defense counsel when they asked.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll take that back. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
When we talked about, well, let me back up. How would you describe Mr. Ali's size compared to you?
He's bigger than me.
And when you said he put, he grabbed her, he put a hand on her, was that hand a gently, come with me? Was it something else?
It was something else.
Okay. So how would you describe the manner in which he grabbed her?
Aggressively.
And how would you describe her size compared to him?
Smaller.
Do you know how many times you punched Mr. Ali, or is that just a number that you are agreeing to because defense counsel provided it?
It's a number that I'm agreeing to. I'm unsure.
Okay, you haven't counted.
No, ma'am.
So let me make sure I understand. During the course of this, you have been struck by Mr. Ali during
Yes,
the
ma'am.
event. You've watched him choke his daughter. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
accurate? You have had mom touching you.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a no contact order with mom at that time.
Absolutely.
And now you have the sister Haneen who has scratched you, broke your chain,
Yes, ma'am.
and she's in your face,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And so when counsel asks you, you don't know what any of these individuals' intentions are you watching their actions?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And are you gathering information about their intentions based on the actions that they're taking towards you and the other children on scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Last question, when, I don't recall plainly if it was Mr. Kading or Mr. Leary, but when they asked about, I believe it was Mr. Kading, who said, when you were inserting yourself into this situation, this is a situation, was this a situation that you initiated or that you were sent off on by school officials?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did you tell Fatima, hey, I coordinated this nonprofit stay for you, and let's go get on this bus together? Or was that information given to you by other adults that worked at the school?
Other adults that worked at the school.
So when they sent you out, they sent you with Fatima out to do that thing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this isn't something that you personally have inserted yourself in versus being, I don't know if directed is the right word, directed, invited, acquiesced by the school. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the adults involved in this situation knew this plan, created this plan, and were a part of this plan. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Kading, recross?
If I could just try to clarify. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with Exhibit 601,
You may.
page 57.
Thank you.
I'm looking at that exhibit on that page. Did you ever say on that page that your chain was broken?
Yes, sir.
You did. Can you tell me on which line you said that?
Line 12.
What does it say?
I'm not sure this is the correct wording.
Okay, hang on, let me take a look and see what you're looking at. All right, line 12. Could you read that into the record for me, please?
I'm having a hard time understanding. Can you read it for me?
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was having a hard time understanding it. I asked him if he could read it to me.
You know, I'm not sure. Your Honor, would you allow me to read the line to him?
Yes.
Line 12, Isaiah Williams, you said, yeah, like Haneen, like it was an identical chain to this one. She came ripping up very fast, and she was trying to, she grabbed me, scratched my face a little bit, started to grab me, and I, pushed, stepped on, football step on her on and off, and her mom's trying to get me, I'm just trying to football step on her, and Fatima just starts to take off running. That's how it reads. I read that. I didn't see anything about her breaking your chain.
It wasn't step. I stepped on her, not a football step. I don't know what that is.
Okay, I'm just reading the answer that you
Yes,
gave.
sir. I understand.
Okay, just to clarify, I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry, recross?
One short issue. So when Mrs. Ali approached the scene,
Yes, sir.
she went to her daughter, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. She didn't go to you, correct?
No, sir.
Didn't try to talk to you?
No,
correct?
sir.
And her attention was on her daughter, correct?
Absolutely.
You then went to her and kind of extracted Fatima, correct?
Correct.
You went running off to the school, correct?
Yes, sir.
She followed at some distance, but then just didn't go anywhere. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any further direct examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Just a moment. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? Isaiah, you are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay in the courtroom or
Yes,
leave
ma'am.
however you so desire.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. At This time I'm going to ask the bailiffs to come forward in just a moment, lead you back to the jury room, and then you're going to be excused for the day. We are going to resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please, well, truly thank you for your time and attention. And remember all of the instructions that I have given you. Ensure that you continue to be vigilant and ensure that you do not receive any information about this case other than in this courtroom. Thank you.
Yeah, I can share. So I briefed my first case yesterday. So we have to do a lawyering fundamental class before actual class starts, and it's basically a class to kind of get us acquainted or familiar with the way that law school is going to go. And so we're learning, like, common legal language, or how to brief a case, how to make outlines, how it's going to go in the classroom. And it's kind of like it's simulated. So it's online. And so I had to read a case yesterday about Garrett and Bailey from 1955. It was a Washington Supreme Court opinion. And basically, it was a 5-year-old boy. He pulled out a chair from underneath a woman as she was sitting down. And so originally it was about, it was said that, like, oh, he moved the chair before he knew she was going to sit down. And then later it was like, okay, he moved the chair as she was sitting down. But the goal of the case was to talk about intent. And that was like the purpose of it. So I had to brief it and like just kind of go through it, talk about what happened in the lower court, talk about the facts of the case, talk about what the rule was for battery, because had to talk about what the rule was for battery and some other stuff. And so, yeah, I did my brief, I turned it in, and then it was like, it took us to the classroom, and I had my brief, like trying to go through it and answer the questions. I was like, ooh, I made this a 1-minute recap, and it probably needed to be like a 10-minute recap. So, I mean, it was my very first one, so I'm excited to do more throughout.
Be optimistic that we can conclude Dr. Stankus this afternoon. I certainly will be prepared to.
Would allow maybe, hopefully leaving at 8 o'clock, she could.
That would include the rest of her is there. I'm not naming the agency. Eyes were part of essentially the upper right side of her face, but the rest of her is there. I'm not naming the agency because I want to bring any more attention to it. But we have a lot of medical today with what I anticipate injury photos. So I'm just asking the court to remind the media again of the court's instructions, and that would include exhibits of posted evidence and exhibits posted of minors, and especially any alleged victim injury photos. Plainly, it feels like common sense to the state. That appears to not be the case. So I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues for the court this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one. I got a text message from Dr. Stankus this morning. Apparently she had problems with her flight leaving at 8 o'clock. She couldn't get out of there till 9 o'clock. She anticipates landing at 11:50, and we'll try to be here as quickly as possible. Or, excuse me, 12:50. She's landing instead of 11:50. And she will be here, she said, hopefully by 2:15, no later than 2:30. I informed her that if we aren't finished today, she'll have to come back, and she understands that.
All right, thank you.
We would ask, though, if the court would allow, maybe if we're close to be done, going a few minutes past 4:30, if the court will allow.
All right. I would indicate I can go as late as 4:45. The timing is not for myself, but we have other people who are present in the courtroom, and people who in fact don't work for the court. The clerk works for the clerk's office, which is separate from the court. We also have to close the courtroom and the courthouse itself, and so we have security and all of those things, which is why 4:45 is as late as I can go. We can readdress things as we are getting into it, and talk about, well, let's be optimistic that we can conclude Dr. Stankus this afternoon. I certainly will be prepared to get her on the stand as soon as she arrives. Thank you for that updated information, Mr. Kading. Ms. Zoe?
Your Honor, I apologize. I just wanted to nurse examiner who conducted the strangulation exam, and I have spoken with Mr. Kading and Mr. Leary. Given the amount of information that is in her report, rather than many times of refreshing her recollection, because she cannot remember every single injury and the point in time at which it occurred, more or less, is my way of describing it. Defense does not have any issues with her, in essence, reading from her report in certain circumstances, so to move her testimony along.
All right, thank you. Is that your agreement, Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so Ms. Zoe, obviously consistent with the rules, the exhibit normally is provided to the witness, and then they are asked if they can need it to refresh their recollection. Instead of using that procedure, the exhibit will simply be provided to her and she will refer to it as necessary to answer questions.
Your Honor, I can't let the court know that I plan on doing, I guess, a little bit of foundation to have her at least say that she cannot remember every detail and she would need to review her report to answer certain questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Leary, do you have any preliminary issues for the court's consideration?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, to go back now to the issue raised by Ms. Stone, the court's ruling as it relates to media being able to record or photograph this proceeding in any fashion includes the restriction that no minor or the alleged victim who was a minor at the time that this incident occurred or allegedly occurred. And I am prohibiting there to be any publishing or recording of the minor victims or the alleged victim. So that includes not only during their testimony in court, but also when exhibits are published that contain images of these individuals. And when I said no recording, I have and continue to allow audio recording, but not anything that captures their image. That is not allowed. It has never been allowed under the terms of my pretrial ruling and should not be occurring. Bring the jury in, please. You can go ahead and bring your witness in, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this day would like to call Zenobia Rivas.
Come forward, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please come forward and be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Fine.
The microphone can adjust, and then if you just need to speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Synovia Rivas, R-I-V-A-S.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a health service administrator at Nisqually Correctional Facility, and I'm also a forensic nurse examiner.
And you indicated you're a health service administrator. What is a health service administrator?
I run the medical department at the Nisqually Jail.
Okay, and what are some of your responsibilities as a health service administrator?
I oversee the medical department. I have about 40 employees that I manage, and I provide patient care. Sometimes I have to cover the floor, and I manage the relationship between custody and medical.
Okay, and you also indicated you are a forensic nurse examiner. And what hospitals do you provide services to as a forensic nurse examiner?
I work at St. Pete's in Lacey, Centralia Hospital, Madigan on JBLM, and Jefferson Healthcare in Port Townsend.
Okay, and when you say you are so you indicated you're a health service administrator and you're also a forensic nurse examiner for the hospitals you mentioned. Are both occupations full-time, or how does that work?
I'm full-time at the jail, excuse me, and then I work part-time on call for the other hospitals.
Okay, and Ms. Rivas, when you say on-call, what do you mean by that?
I pick up shifts, and then when needed, they call me on the days that I'm on call, and I perform the exams.
Okay, and if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
My education, I have a bachelor's degree in nursing.
Okay. And then in addition to your bachelor's degree in nursing, have you attended any additional trainings?
Yes.
And what are some of those trainings?
I have about 125 hours in adult and pediatric SANE training. I also have strangulation training and excuse me.
Are you okay?
I am.
Do you need some water?
I do, yes, please.
Okay, we'll get you some water.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. You indicated you have, as part of your additional training, you mentioned adult and pediatric SANE. What is SANE? Is that an acronym?
Yes, it's sexual assault nurse examiner.
Okay. And you also what is a sexual assault nurse examiner?
I provide exams to individuals that report that they have been sexually assaulted.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have strangulation training. And what is that training composed of?
It's training on how to perform or conduct strangulation exams.
Okay. And when it comes to conducting strangulation exams, where are those examinations conducted at?
In the emergency department at the hospital.
The hospitals you mentioned that you're on call for?
Yes.
Okay. And when you conduct strangulation examinations, do you only conduct examinations on adults or on children or both?
Adults and adolescents and pediatrics.
Okay. And approximately how many strangulation exams have you conducted?
Approximately 10 to 13.
Okay. You indicated that you are when you're on call for the hospitals such as Providence St. Peter's and Providence Centralia, Madigan, and the hospital you mentioned in Port Townsend, you indicated you're on call as a forensic nurse examiner. What is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is, I perform sexual assault exams or non-fatal strangulation exams.
Okay. And then is your top priority as a forensic nurse examiner patient care still?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is pressure applied to the neck with the intent to impede blood flow and breathing.
Okay. And you also indicated that you have training and also experience in conducting non-fatal strangulation. What do you mean by non-fatal strangulation?
That is when someone does not die.
Okay. And we often hear people sometimes say they're being choked when describing pressure being applied to their neck. In the medical context, what is choking?
Choking is when a foreign body blocks the airway.
Okay. And as a forensic nurse examiner, how you indicated that you will be on call for the hospitals. When you're on call for the hospitals, are you located at the hospital or are you located somewhere else?
No, I'm at my house, I'm at my home when I'm on call.
Okay. And then how are you notified that your services are needed?
The hospital will contact me and let me know that there's an exam. My services are needed.
Okay. And when the patient comes to, you indicated strangulation exams are conducted at the emergency rooms in the hospitals. When a patient comes to the emergency room and advised, let's say they have been strangled, are they being evaluated by a medical doctor first, or do they see a forensic nurse examiner like yourself first?
That depends.
Okay. What does that depend on?
It depends on how fast I can arrive to the ER, how busy the ER is, and I guess the nature of the person's injuries.
Okay. And how is a strangulation exam typically conducted?
It's conducted in the emergency department, and if I'm performing it myself, it's the head-to-toe assessment. I gather background information and then document my findings and consult with the provider.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you're also very soft-spoken. If you could speak
sorry.
up and just, you can actually move the chair closer to the microphone if you need to.
Okay, sorry.
You indicated that the strangulation exam you described it as a head-to-toe exam. What is a head-to-toe exam?
Head to toe is I start on literally from the head, and observe the scalp, look inside the ears, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and just move down, observing in every inch of the body.
Okay.
With visually.
Okay. And as far as a head-to-toe exam, you mentioned that you described it as you're literally observing a patient from the top of the head and every inch of the body until you get to their feet. As part of that examination, are you also asking the patient questions about how they're feeling in certain areas?
Yes, I do ask if they have any concerns.
Okay. And what's the importance of asking the patient if they have any concerns?
To focus my exam on those areas and pay closer attention to the areas that they report.
Okay. When it comes to, based on your training experience with strangulation, when it comes to strangulation, are there sometimes signs or symptoms as a result of strangulation that cannot be physically observed with the eyes.
Yes.
Okay.
And Ms. Rivas, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and how, where did you see her?
At St. Peter's
Okay, in Lacey?
in Lacey.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time you saw Miss Ali?
I believe it was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And did you did you in fact conduct a strangulation exam with Miss Ali?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you first met, you indicated that you did the examination with Fatima at the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital. Was it where in the emergency department? Was it in the lobby? Was it in a room?
In an exam room.
Okay. And when you first met with Fatima, what did you do?
I introduced myself and explained who I am and what I do, and the exam itself. I typically like to lay out how it's gonna, what I do. I basically lay out what I do.
Okay, what's the importance? You indicated that well, let me ask you this. You said you introduce yourself and you explain to the patient what you do. As part of that explanation, do you also advise them what the examination process will look like?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it up to the patient to decide whether they want to go forward with the exam?
Yes, I make it really clear that they're in control of the exam, and that I always say they're driving the bus. So if at any time they want to stop, they're completely in control.
Okay. And did Fatima choose to proceed with the exam?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated earlier, as part of the strangulation exam, that you would do a head-to-toe visual I use the word inspection. A visual inspection. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did you also document your findings or observations of any external injuries?
Yes.
And the documentation process, do you document that as part of a report that you would generate?
Yes.
Okay. And during the strangulation exam, you described earlier that during a strangulation exam, you also ask the patient questions about any reported symptoms they may, or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise see with your own eyes. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
And did she provide you with responses?
Yes.
And did you also document those responses in your report?
I did, yes.
And to assist with your testimony, would you need to review your report to answer certain questions?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Okay. And you indicated that as part of the strangulation exam, you will ask the patient questions about any symptoms or concerns they may have that you may not otherwise visually see yourself with your eyes. What's the purpose of asking the patient about any symptoms or concerns that they may be exhibiting?
The importance is, again, to help me assess and examine potentially any further I cannot think of the word off the top of my head, sorry. Procedures or scans that may need to happen.
Okay. And based on your training experience, are there certain symptoms you would expect to see from a patient who may have had pressure applied to their neck?
Yes.
And what are some of those symptoms?
Difficulty speaking, they could have change in their voice, memory loss, difficulty breathing, loss of consciousness, pain in the neck, some bruising, abrasions, bleeding from the eyes and nose, nausea, vomiting. There could be incontinence of the bowel and bladder,
Okay.
things like that.
And all those symptoms that you described, do you see that in every patient that you conduct a strangulation exam on?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Everybody's different. Everybody presents differently, and sometimes you could have a significant amount of injuries, and others you could see nothing visibly, but there could be some internal injuries. It's just case by case.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it. And Ms. Rivas, do you recognize Exhibit 82?
Yes,
And what is Exhibit 82?
it's my documentation of my strangulation exam with Fatima.
Okay. And would it help refresh your recollection in answering some questions? Let me rephrase my question. Would it help refresh your recollection to review and to read from your report in answering certain questions that will be asked?
Yes.
Okay.
You have permission to review your report if you are unable to answer the question directly to help refresh your recollection.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rivas, as part of the strangulation exam, do you, you indicated that you do a head-to-toe exam, but you also testify that you would ask the patient about their symptoms and concerns. As part of, in addition to those things, do you also ask the patient to sort of describe in their own words about what happened during a strangulation episode?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of asking the patient about having them relate to you what had occurred?
To help drive my exam and the areas that I need to focus on.
Okay. And in this case, did you ask Fatima to sort of describe to you in her own words what she remembered happening?
Yes.
Okay. And did she in fact tell you what had occurred during the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, would it please, well, let me ask you this. What did Fatima tell you about what had occurred during the alleged strangulation incident?
She told me a lot, but
Ms. Rivas, I'm specifically asking you about what Fatima indicated occurred that resulted in, if any, pressure applied to her neck.
she reported to me that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and placed in a headlock.
Okay, and did she indicate who grabbed her by her sweatshirt and placed her in the headlock?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her dad.
Okay. And what did she say? Did she tell you what happened after being placed in a headlock by her dad?
That she lost consciousness.
Okay. Does she tell you anything else that she remembers seeing or hearing?
Could you elaborate on that question?
Sure. So you indicated that she was grabbed by her sweatshirt and that she was placed in the headlock, and you indicated she lost consciousness. Did she say anything else about what she remembers seeing right before, or right after losing consciousness?
She reported that she felt dizzy.
Okay.
She reported some numbness.
Okay. Did she also indicate anything about what had occurred with her mom as part of the strangulation exam?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that her mom grabbed her, put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did Fatima indicate to you that when her mom did that, what, if anything, did she do?
She asked her to stop.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you testified that as part of the exam, you will ask the patient about any reported symptoms they have. In this case, did you ask Fatima whether she had a headache at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Yes. She had a headache.
Okay, and did she indicate whether she had the headache during the alleged strangulation, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
May I reference my...
Yes.
You may.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
She reported a headache after.
Okay. And what about feeling dizziness or lightheaded? Did you ask Fatima whether she felt dizzy or lightheaded at any point?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she felt dizzy and lightheaded after.
Okay. And when you say after, are you referring to after the alleged incident?
Correct.
Okay. And then did you also ask Fatima whether or not she had loss of consciousness during the incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She reported she lost consciousness during the incident, yes.
Okay. And then what about any memory loss? What did she report about memory loss, if any?
She reported that she was having some memory difficulties.
During the incident, afterwards, or during the time of the exam?
During the incident.
Okay. And what if, did she provide you with any other details about memory loss during the incident?
May I?
You may. You have ongoing permission to refer
okay.
to your report.
Thank you. She reported fuzzy feeling like her whole life was flashing before her eyes.
Okay. And then what about confusion or agitation? Does she report having any confusion as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had confusion during and after.
Okay. And what about any weakness or numbness? Does she report any weakness or numbness as part of this incident?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She had weakness and numbness during the strangulation.
Okay. And what about vision changes?
Yes.
And what was her response?
That she had visual changes during the exam. That everything was getting darker and darker.
Okay. And when you say, I'm trying to see clarification. You indicated that Fatima indicated that she had vision changes during the exam?
I'm sorry, during the strangulation. Correction.
And did she report whether she had any blood coming from her ear, nose, or mouth?
She did not report any, and I did not observe any.
Okay. And then what about any ringing in her ears?
She did report ringing in her ears after the strangulation.
Okay. And then what about neck pain? Did she report having any neck pain?
Yes,
And what was her response?
she had neck pain during, after, and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And then did she report whether she had a sore throat as it relates to the incident?
She did.
And what was her response?
That she had a sore throat after and at the time of the exam.
Okay. And what about any difficulty swallowing?
She reported that she had difficulty swallowing after and during the exam.
Okay. And did she report whether she had any pain with swallowing as it relates to this incident?
Yes,
And what was her response?
she did have it after and during my exam.
Okay. And then what about any voice changes or hoarseness?
She did have hoarse changes and voice, yes.
Okay. And was that, at what point did she have the voice change or hoarseness in her voice?
She reported after.
Okay. And then does she report whether she had any hyperventilation as part of this incident?
Yes, she did.
And what was her response?
After the strangulation.
And what about difficulty breathing? Does she report having any difficulty breathing?
Yes, she did report difficulty breathing.
Okay. Was it at what point?
After and during our exam.
And when you say after, are you referring to after the exam or after the incident?
After the incident.
Okay. And then does she indicate whether she had pain in any other areas of her body?
She reported pain on her left shoulder and her left hip.
Okay. Believe that they have been strangled. Do you also ask some questions about, from their own standpoint, the sort of the level of pressure that they felt that was applied to their neck area?
Yes.
Okay. And when you ask the question, is the estimated level of pressure on a scale, or how is that? How do you ask about that question?
It's based on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the worst.
Okay. And then did you ask Fatima that question?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said it was a 5 out of 5.
Okay. And did she indicate what her estimated length of time was as it relates to the pressure that was applied to her neck?
I'm going to reference my notes. She said about 5 minutes.
Okay. And as part of that examination process, does she, you ask her questions about, as it related to her dad, does she also make any statements about what, if anything, her mom did to her during the incident?
That she put her hands on her neck.
Okay. And did she also indicate what she was feeling or thinking was going to happen to her during the alleged strangulation?
She thought she was...
Overruled.
She thought she was going to die.
Okay. And Ms. Rivas, you talked about earlier with regards to the strangulation exam that part of it involves sort of a visual head to toe exam. Did you do that in this case with Fatima?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also document your observations in your report?
Yes.
And when you did the examination, well, let me ask you this question. When Fatima first arrived at the ER, did she have clothes on?
Yes.
Okay. And then as part of the examination process, was her clothes left on or did they have to come off?
No, I ask my patients to put a gown on, a hospital gown.
And you testified that as part of the head-to-toe exam, you described the process in which you would conduct the head-to-toe exam. Did you follow that same procedure and process in this case with Fatima?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what, if any, observations did you make regarding her face or her head or scalp area?
That she had some injuries.
Okay, and what were some of your observations?
She had some red spots on her face and neck, small red spots, and
Okay.
some abrasions.
Okay, and what are abrasions?
They're superficial injuries in the skin.
Okay. When you say superficial injuries, like, are we talking about, is that a bruise? Is that a cut? Is that a scrape?
Usually it would be considered like a scratch or a scrape that
Okay. And based on your training experience with regards to strangulation, what can cause, during a strangulation episode, what can cause abrasions to the body?
they can be caused by an object or like the friction between the skin due to grabbing
Okay.
or the pressure applied.
Okay. And what about her shoulder area? Did you know any injuries to her shoulder area?
She had an abrasion on her shoulder.
Okay. And what about her neck area and under her chin?
She had an abrasion there as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was besides the examination that you conducted as part of Fatima's stay at the emergency room on October 18th, were further testing ordered for her?
Yes.
And what were some of those testing as it relates to the strangulation incident?
A head and neck CT.
Okay, what's a CT?
It's a scan.
Okay. And after the exam, was Fatima released from the hospital right away?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether she stayed at the hospital overnight or was she released like 3 or 4 hours later?
I believe she stayed a few days.
Okay. And you indicated that you've conducted more than one strangulation exam. Are all patients who arrive at the emergency room indicating that they may have been strangled? Do they all stay overnight or for a few days?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 67 to 81. If you could look through those and let me know when you're done looking through them. Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what are Exhibits 67 to 81?
The photographs that I took of Fatima.
Okay, and do those photographs accurately depict the, your observations of the injuries that she had on her body?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibits 67 to 81.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor.
67 through 81 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Rivas, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 67. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Fatima.
Okay. And when you first arrived at the emergency room, was Fatima already there?
Yes.
Okay, and was that, when you first saw her, is this basically her appearance?
Yes.
Exhibit 68, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A closer up of her face.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking sort of photographs of the patient's whole body or their face?
Reference and baseline.
What do you mean by reference and baseline?
A reference when we document injuries, and then appearance if there's any issues with like anything different with their clothes, and then a close up of her face.
Okay, close up. What's the purpose of taking a photo of close up of her face?
Just for documentation purposes.
Okay. Exhibit 69, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The debris in her hair.
Exhibit 70, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
An abrasion on her neck.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this area that is sort of in the semi-upper portion of the center of the image. What are we looking at here?
A linear abrasion.
Okay. Exhibit 71, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The right side of her face, to just as a reference.
Okay.
And the area around her eye.
Okay, and when you say the area around her eye, what is the purpose of taking a photograph of the area around her eye?
To document abnormal findings.
Okay. And did you have abnormal findings around the area of her eye?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 72, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Small red circular spots on her, around her eyes.
Okay, and when you say small red circular spots, are you referring to these, to this area that is in the middle of the image?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those small red dots?
They can be indicative of petechiae.
Okay, and what is petechiae?
Petechiae are, is the small, less than 3 millimeter spots that are indicative of like capillary rupture.
Okay. Exhibit 73, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Her neck, an abrasion.
Okay.
Oh, that's-
And when you say abrasion, are you referring to this line that is in the middle of the image?
Correct.
Okay. And is there also discoloration that is surrounding the abrasion here?
Yes.
Exhibit 74, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
A close-up of the neck and the abrasions on the neck.
Okay, and we sort of see you have what looks like a ruler that is going through the, going down the right-hand side of the image and then going across the bottom of the image. What's the purpose of having that ruler there?
To reference the length of the abrasions.
Okay. Exhibit 75, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
Abrasions.
And is there, we see here in the, sort of the center of the photograph, the coloration is different than compared to the rest of her skin tone. Is that discoloration on her neck area as well?
Yes.
Exhibit 76, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph? Let me zoom it out.
Close-up of the previous photo documenting the length with the ruler of the abrasion.
Okay. And is this on her left side of her neck or on her right, on the right side of her neck?
Right.
Exhibit 77, can you tell the jury what you're trying to document in this photograph? Let's zoom in for you.
Abrasions.
Okay. And is this on her, on the left side of her neck or on her right side?
The left side.
Exhibit 78, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
The left side of her neck, abrasions.
Okay. And when you say abrasions, are you referring to sort of this circular line that is running down sort of the center of the image?
Yes.
And is there also discoloration surrounding the abrasion?
Yes.
Exhibit 79, can you tell the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
The ruler to measure and reference the left abrasions.
Okay. Exhibit 80, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Fatima's left shoulder,
Okay. And what are you trying to document with regards to this photograph?
the abrasions,
Exhibit 81, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
her left shoulder,
Okay.
abrasions,
And is there also discoloration that is being depicted in the center of the photograph?
yes,
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to clarify, you said, good morning, Mike.
good morning.
You said you arrived and did the examination at about what time?
About 6 p.m.
Okay. And you ran through a bunch of symptoms that had been reported during and after this incident,
Yes,
right? And that included headache, dizzy, lightheaded, and I'm going to combine both during and after, loss of consciousness, memory loss, confusion, weakness, numbness, vision changes, and ringing from ears, correct?
correct.
And by the time you did this report at 6 o'clock, those had all resolved, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the only ones that were still noted at 6 o'clock were the neck pain, sore throat, difficulty swallowing, pain with swallowing, and difficulty breathing, correct?
Correct, and the body pain
Oh, I'm sorry, it's down at the bottom, body pain, and that was regarding left shoulder, right?
and left hip,
Okay, left side of the body, right?
correct.
Okay. Now, all the information that you received from Fatima was her subjective responses to your questions, correct?
It was her response to my questions.
Right, so like you said, you gave her a scale of 1 to 5, and she said 5 on how hard the pressure was, correct?
Yes, she reported in her words, and then I asked her on a scale of 1 to 5.
Okay, so the subjective scale of her saying 1 to 5. Her 5 might be different than my 5.
Correct.
Right, okay. And she indicated to you that the length of time that the pressure was applied to her was about 5 minutes, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had done how many strangulation examinations? 10 to 13, is that right?
Correct.
All right, and how long have you been doing those examinations?
4 years.
Okay. And how many hospitals are you currently working out of?
4.
4, okay. All right. I'm looking at your report. Do you still have your copy there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at page 7 of 11 there.
And this is Exhibit
I'm sorry.
82.
Exhibit 82, sorry, Your Honor, I don't have it here in front of me. And I'm looking at page 7. These are where you're noting the examination signs, correct?
Correct.
And it's separated into 8 different categories. And each one of those, I believe, yeah, all 8 of those, and we can go through them just so we have them in the record. On the upper left, it starts face, head, and scalp. Underneath that is eyes. Underneath that is nose. Underneath that is shoulders. Underneath neck under chin on the right side. Underneath that ears. Underneath that mouth. Underneath that chest. Correct?
Correct.
All right, so that's essentially, it looks like the upper body.
Correct.
Right, okay. And I note that in each one of those, there's a box for petechia. Or petechia, if I'm pronouncing it
Petechiae?
right. Petechiae. None of those boxes are checked, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, your mention on the photo that we were looking at of petechia, that is something that you noted, but you didn't mark on that page, is that right?
Correct. I put redness on the
Okay.
face.
All right. And is petechia something that you're trained to look for when you do your strangulation exams?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you worked at the jail?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if petechia is something common to a lot of strangulations?
It can be.
Okay, but it doesn't always appear?
No.
Okay. Does the length of time that somebody is strangled, does that make a difference to you when you do your evaluation?
No.
Not at all? Okay. How about the period of length of unconsciousness? Does that make any difference to you?
No.
So why do you ask how long the strangulation is if it doesn't matter?
To get their note of it and their, so that I can document their findings and then present them to the provider.
Okay. And so if they tell you that and you put it in your report, does everybody else rely on that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I
Everyone
mean-
else?
Just
Anyone,
one- just
I'm
one.
sorry.
You can't ask questions,
Oh,
but
sorry.
you can indicate that you don't understand the question.
I don't understand that.
Well, you've prepared this report, right? Strangulation?
Yes.
Okay. And so presumably you've prepared this, other people are going to look at it.
Correct.
Okay. And so they're going to look at the information provided and they are going to assume that you've reported it correctly, right?
Correct.
Okay. So everything that is reported, though, in this portion of the history of what happened comes from the person you're examining, right?
In what portion? I'm sorry, could you rephrase
When
that?
you're asking them questions, right? Estimated length of time pressure was applied.
Correct.
You're asking the questions of the person you're examining.
Yes.
Okay. And so if they're giving you erroneous information, that affects what other people are going to see, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. And so if they are operating with incorrect information, they could make incorrect assessments, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained?
All right. And just so we're clear, Fatima did tell you that she fell to the ground, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Approximately how long did you spend with Fatima?
Approximately with her 3 hours?
Okay. And that's entirely in the emergency department?
Correct.
And were you with her continuously, or were there breaks during that time?
I don't recall there were breaks.
Okay. Is that in your experience, is that a pretty typical duration?
Yes.
And your piece of this is kind of, as you've described, the medical examination of Fatima, correct?
Correct.
And then also kind of getting her verbal description, correct?
Correct.
And then, before you were called in, you had no idea of this, correct?
Correct.
And did you review police reports?
No.
And once you finalize your report, and she is either admitted or discharged or further down the hospital process, do you have further involvement with her?
No.
Okay. And so, safe to assume that you didn't review videos of an incident, right?
Correct.
And that wouldn't normally be a part of your examination, right?
No.
Okay, so you're not necessarily, you have an investigatory role in a medical sense, correct?
I have a role to assess my patient in a medical way.
Okay, fair. And I'm not trying to, just in terms of you are providing information from a medical sense that is also going to then be used. It gets turned over. We're here in court, right? In a law enforcement aspect, right?
Potentially.
Okay. But it's not your role, and I'm not criticizing, but just kind of defining the parameters. So it's not your role to then further investigate, correct?
Correct.
You're not double checking what she reports based on videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that you should, okay? Just so we're clear. All right. So do you start with the description, or do you start with the medical examination? What's the order of procedure?
I start by getting consent, and then I do a medical history, and then ask the questions. Basically, I follow this form. So I
Okay.
start on page 1, and I move through to the end of the page.
Okay. And I see Providence, so this is a form that is prepared by Providence?
Correct.
And
And-
we are referring to Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you have any say in what goes into the form?
No.
All right. So looking on page 3 of 82 is the checklist of symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And it's about 3/4 of a page, single space?
Yes.
And then you're talking, the options are no, during the incident, after the incident, and now, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're able to differentiate, and she was able to differentiate for you kind of when she had certain symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And there were a few notes as to details that she provided, correct?
Correct.
And those details, as she described, pertain to the actions of her dad, correct?
I believe so, yes. Correct.
Okay. So then we go to page 4, and there is a very long handwritten page, correct?
Yes.
And that is in your handwriting, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that summarizes her description. I think that is entitled History of Assault, correct?
Correct.
And so at this point, she's then kind of going start to finish, kind of that whole day. There's some stuff that happens before the incident and after. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, earlier when she was talking to you, she described certain symptoms, headache, correct?
Yes.
Dizziness, lightheadedness, right?
Yes.
Memory loss, correct?
Yes.
And confusion,
Yes.
among other symptoms that you've previously testified about, correct?
Correct.
And the descriptions that she had are not inconsistent with strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't surprised to hear her talk about kind of the short symptoms I just listed, correct?
No.
Okay. And so when somebody loses consciousness, how is that medically described? What is going on to the person when they lose consciousness?
What is going on? Well, you could say passing out. They're not cognitively there.
Okay, so In terms of, so that would be describing the memory loss, correct? That you
No.
don't- Okay, well, I think we all, this is where lawyers ask obvious questions and we all kind of understand the answer, but we still have to put it in the record. And so if somebody loses consciousness, they're not awake, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and so they're not perceiving events around them and able to describe. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. Which would, one side effect of that would be memory loss for that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She described confusion during and after.
Yes.
And so, did you describe, I mean, confusion can be like, what is going on? Like, why is this happening? That would be one form of confusion, correct?
Correct.
There could also be kind of confusion in a medical sense because of loss of oxygen or other things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So when somebody loses consciousness, is it like a switch or is it you're kind of drifting in and you're drifting out?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. I mean,
Okay.
it depends.
Okay. And that's fair. And so when somebody then regains consciousness, they don't necessarily know how long they've been unconscious. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they may have confusion as to what just happened, right?
Possibly.
They could wake up or begin to regain consciousness in a different location from their last memory. Fair?
Fair.
And they may not necessarily know how they got there, correct?
Correct.
And what happened, obviously they wouldn't know what happened while they're unconscious, right?
Correct.
And they would have feelings, pain, correct? Let me rephrase. If they have pain, they don't necessarily know what caused the pain while they were unconscious. Fair?
Correct.
And other symptoms that may have been a product of what happened leading up to being unconscious and while they were unconscious, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she described for you losing consciousness during the incident with her dad. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then she woke up either in close proximity to her mom or being held and grabbed by her mom, correct? If you recall.
Could you ask that again?
Yeah, so prior to losing consciousness, she was in a struggle with her dad. That's what she described to you, correct?
Correct.
When she woke up, she wasn't still in the struggle with her dad. And I'm asking if you remember. If you don't, that's okay too.
I don't think she specified that.
Okay. Okay. So she just described for you regaining consciousness at some point and didn't delineate where her dad was, where her mom was.
I'm going to reference my note.
Perfect. And you're looking at Exhibit 82?
Yes.
She stated she was on the floor.
Okay. And didn't necessarily say in proximity to mom or to dad in that answer. Is that fair? When she woke up.
She stated she was on the floor and my mom was grabbing my neck.
Okay. And so then, did she tell you how long she was held by her mom?
No.
Did she tell you how long she was held by her dad?
She said it felt like 5 minutes.
For her dad?
Correct.
Okay. She then said that she was able to get free from her mom, correct?
Correct.
And then that somebody was holding me, but I don't know who it was, correct?
Correct.
And did she describe what that additional holding was?
No.
And at that point, then she runs to the school, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If we go to page 5. There's a pre-printed question as to what did the patient think was going to happen? And this is in pertaining to strangulation, correct?
Correct.
And her answer about that pertained to what her dad did, correct?
I believe, just in general with the situation.
Well, she said that she thought he was going to kill me, right?
Correct.
Okay.
She thought, yes, I thought I was going to die, that he was going to kill me.
Okay. And then when did the strangulation event stop? Isaiah punched Dad, knocking him out.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the strangulation event, it stopped when Dad was stopped by Isaiah. That's what you reported, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of when you regain consciousness and there is a strangulation event, it can affect, and we're talking about the neck, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yes, okay, so strangulation isn't necessary. In the way we're talking about strangulation, we're not talking about compressing someone's chest, right? We're talking about compressing the neck.
Correct. Strangulation involves the neck.
Okay, and that can affect breathing, correct?
Yes.
And it can affect your voice
Yes.
and your ability to speak,
Yes.
particularly just after the pressure is released, correct?
No, it could present days later.
Okay, but in terms of, if somebody said, I had difficulty speaking after the pressure was released, that would not be uncommon, correct?
Correct.
So if somebody said, I was trying to speak, but I couldn't get words out, that is a possible side effect of strangulation, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I would have to ask more questions if it was, some people are in shock,
Okay.
and that could possibly not they could possibly not produce words in that sense.
Okay. So, well, fair enough. So, I mean, being unconscious can impact your brain is kind of resetting when you're regaining consciousness, correct? Is that
Yes.
okay. And so you could have difficulty speaking from being unconscious, correct?
Yes.
From strangulation, yes?
Potentially.
Okay. And confusion,
Yes.
which she described and she documented, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Ms. Rivas, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions, he asked you several questions about your documentation of petechiae on your report. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
And specifically, he asked you about page 7 of your report, and that's the page that has the different body parts and any observations you made of those body parts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your strangulation exam report, are there also a portion that is labeled traumagram?
Yes.
And what is typically contained in the traumagram portion of the report?
Descriptive documentation of my findings.
Okay, and did you also, with the report that you generated as it pertains to your examination of Fatima, did you also document your findings on pages 8 and 9, that is entitled traumograms?
Yes.
Okay, and on those 2 pages, did you at any point document your findings of petechiae?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you document on page 8 as to the findings of petechiae?
Where I showed 2 and 3, area 3, which is the neck, and then 5.
And which area of her face is area 5?
Around the eye. Oh, I'm sorry, correction. The 5 is the eye.
Okay. And then also on page 9 of your report, is that also another page that is documenting, allowing you to document any physical findings you observe on the different parts of the body?
Yes.
And do you document any findings of petechiae on that page?
Yes.
And where is the petechiae as you documented for Fatima?
On her cheek.
Okay. And with regards to page 3, which is the page that talks about sort of reported symptoms, Mr. Kading asked you about Fatima's answers to those, and he talked about it that basically it was her subjective, that it was her answers. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, when a patient comes in and indicate they have a headache, is there any magical blood test you can have them do that will say patient has headache?
No.
Okay. Are there any x-rays that can be taken when once you see the results, it'll say patient has headache?
No.
Okay. And so when it comes to asking a patient, whether it's as part of a strangulation exam or any time you see a patient outside of the ER, when it comes to asking about headaches and lightheadedness and dizziness, are all of those responses in essence what the patient has to convey to you?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to neck pain, when it comes to the level of pain, is that something that you can sort of, is there a blood test that you can have conduct on a patient that'll tell you the amount of pain that they have?
No.
Okay. And is that basically in essence something that is the patient's own words, because there's no test or x-ray that can document pain?
No. Yes, it is their words.
Okay. And with regards to some of the reported symptoms, you talked about some of the symptoms that Fatima had indicated yes to, that she exhibited signs of. Were there also symptoms that she in fact stated that she did not feel like she had?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, she indicated that she never coughed up blood. Is that right?
Correct.
And what about nausea and vomiting? Did she ever say whether she had nausea and vomiting?
She denied any nausea or vomiting.
Okay. And Mr. Leary asked about, I believe his line of questioning at one point, you talked about somebody being in shock. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, when somebody is in shock, is that typical when it comes to somebody who just underwent trauma?
Yes.
Okay, and based on your training experience, can somebody who just underwent trauma, can that sort of impact their ability to tell time or their sense of time?
Yes.
Okay, and with regards to, there was also questions about loss of consciousness. This might sound like a silly question, but when you're unconscious, are you able to tell time?
No.
And are you able to tell the passage of time?
No.
And in this case, did Fatima ever indicate whether she lost consciousness?
She did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, recross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go. Ms. Zoe, if you could come forward and take Exhibit 82, please. Thank you. Members of the jury, it's 10:25. We normally take our recess at 10:30, so this is good timing. Have the bailiff lead you back. We anticipate the recess will be 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, they're on a short break, but of course, I was trying to be proactive today and I found opening statements in the Nicole Mitchell trial. So if you don't know about the Nicole Mitchell trial, this is a Minnesota case. She is a Minnesota Democrat and a former meteorologist, and she's on trial for first-degree burglary and possessing burglary tools following an incident on April 22nd of 2022. And so we are getting ready to just kind of peek in on their opening arguments, and we will jump back over here once this trial comes back from break. So I was looking for the dentist that we started watching yesterday, but they only had the opening argument. So I'll be on the lookout to make sure we find any additional details about James Craig and his poisoning of his wife, so he could be I ain't gonna say that. So he could be outside. But until then, we're gonna start over here. All right, hold on. Let me reshare.
Wolfie. Defendant removal will show that it won't be about trying to read between 1st, 2024. Carol Mitchell, then a 74-year-old widow, went to sleep in her Detroit Lakes home. It was the last time that she would feel safe in that home. That is because in the early morning hours of April 22nd, the defendant broke into Carol Mitchell's home. She broke in through a basement window using a crowbar and was caught red-handed a short time later. This case won't be about speculation. It won't be about trying to read between any lines. This case will be about what the defendant did, what she admitted to, and what you will see and hear with your own eyes and ears. The evidence will show that this was not the defendant's home. The defendant was not invited to the residence that morning, that she entered through a basement egress window by prying it open with a crowbar at 4:45 in the morning. The evidence will show the defendant was dressed in all black, including wearing a black stocking hat. The evidence will show that she had a flashlight in her possession that was specifically covered by a sock. It'll also show that she had a set of what's called flashlight gloves in her possession. You'll learn more about that throughout this trial. The evidence will even show that the defendant removed her shoes in the basement of that house to try and be stealthier. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant entered her stepmother's home with a purpose: to steal. Now, after entering through that basement window, the defendant moved through various rooms in the home. However, despite her stealth-like efforts, she still woke up Carol Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell will explain to you that the defendant was actually laying right next to her bed when she, Carol Mitchell, got out of bed and accidentally stepped on the defendant. After she was stepped on, the defendant fled the room, went into the basement. Ms. Carol Mitchell immediately calls 911, and members of the Detroit Lakes Police Department are there within minutes. You will hear from those officers who responded to the scene: Officer Joe Sternhagen and Officer Ethan Wolfe. Perhaps more importantly, you will see firsthand their body-worn camera footage. You will get to relive those tense moments as they descended into Carol Mitchell's basement. And you will see the moment that Officer Sternhagen discovered the defendant hiding in a basement bathroom. And what were the defendant's first words at that time? "Carol, it's Nicole. I was just trying to get a few of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me." The defendant's own words will make it clear that she was there to take items. And under the law, that is all that is required to prove burglary: unlawful entry with the intent to commit a crime inside. I know I did something bad. Now pay close attention to those initial statements that the defendant made to law enforcement. She admitted to entering through a back window. She admitted to wanting to take items from the home. She said this not once, not twice, but multiple times. Clear confessions, clear expressions of intent, all caught on high-definition body camera. Let's take a moment and talk about Carol Mitchell. As I told you, she is a widow. She's now 75 years old. I suspect in the course of this trial, you'll learn that Ms. Mitchell has been diagnosed with the early stages of Alzheimer's. You'll learn that Ms. Mitchell was previously married to Roderick Rod Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell is the father to the defendant. You'll also hear that Mr. Mitchell did not have a will when he passed away suddenly in 2023. In early 2024, in a district court probate court proceeding, Rod Mitchell's entire estate was awarded to his surviving spouse, Carol Mitchell. Now, in journalism, it's often said that it's important to cover the who, what, when, why, where, and how. The same mostly holds true for this case. When the state rests, the evidence will show the following: the who, the defendant, Nicole Mitchell; the what, entering Carol Mitchell's home without permission and with the intent to take property; the when, April 22nd, 2024; the where, 709 Granger Road here in Detroit Lakes in Becker County; and the how, by using a crowbar to enter that basement egress window. And after the state rests, it's very likely you will hear from the defense. And I suspect that they will attempt to belabor the one topic I didn't go over, the one topic I didn't outline for you: the why. Why would Nicole Mitchell do this? Ladies and gentlemen, when the judge instructs you on the law at the end of this case, you'll learn that any why won't amount to a legal excuse. That is because no amount of grief or frustration can justify a home burglary. So with this preview in mind, I'm going to ask a few things of you during this trial. Number one, trust your eyes and ears. Believe what you see and hear on those body camera videos. Number 2, do not get distracted. This case is about what occurred at Carol Mitchell's home in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024. Period. What this case is not about, it's not about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. It's not about the frustrations that the Mitchell family may have had with Carol Mitchell after Rod's passing. Now, I suspect during this trial you're going to see some text messages or some exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant, some terse exchanges. You may see some terse exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant's aunts, the late Rod Mitchell's sisters. You'll probably hear of the miscommunication and frustration resulting over Carol Mitchell selecting a date to bury Rod Mitchell's ashes. You may even hear of a claimed or alleged broken promise by Carol to pay for a Disney World trip for the defendant and her kids. Was all of this related to Rod Mitchell's passing and the grief? Absolutely. Would these scenarios be upsetting to people? 100%. But grief and frustration do not justify burglary. Use your common sense and good judgment as you listen to the evidence throughout this case. And at the close of this case, the evidence will clearly show that the defendant broke into someone's home. Not just a building, but a place of safety and trust. And the defendant did so with the intent to take items. And that is a burglary. I know I did something bad. When this case is concluded, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of both of these counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Ron.
Well, Nicole Mitchell is lying on her in the bathroom following the officer's instructions. She hears Carol Mitchell's voice in the background. And that's when Nicole Mitchell says, "It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore." Now, in this moment, Nicole knows something that nobody else knows. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is much worse than Carol wants people to believe. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is even worse than Carol herself understands. Nicole's parents were young when she was born, and they actually separated very early. It was so early, in fact, that Carol, being with her dad, Rod, is one of Nicole's earliest memories. Nicole is a hard worker. This is something that started in childhood. There are messages she hears, sometimes a glance, sometimes a casual comment, that makes her think she isn't good enough. Her response is to work in school, to work in activities, to work at everything. Nicole actually spent a lot of time with her dad and Carol. Most of her summers, in fact, were around them here in DL. They did big activities, small activities. They camped a lot. They took summer trips. In her teens, Nicole had a really strained relationship with her biological mom down in the cities. And it was so strained, in fact, she seriously considered living with her dad and Carol here in Detroit Lakes.
You can have your witness go ahead and come into the courtroom, please. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time, we will continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Zoe, if you could call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, I would like to call Lisa Wall.
Come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lisa Wall, W-A-H-L.
Are you currently employed, Ms. Wall?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm a family nurse practitioner at Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
And what is a family nurse practitioner?
I'm an advanced registered nurse practitioner with the capacity to assess, diagnose, and treat.
Okay. And besides working at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, are you also on call sometimes at hospitals?
I am, as a forensic nurse examiner.
Okay. And which hospitals are you on call at?
At Providence Centralia Emergency Department, Providence St. Peter Hospital Emergency Department, and at Madigan Emergency Department.
Okay. And besides being employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center and then being on call at Providence Centralia, Providence St. Peter's Hospital, and Madigan, do you work at any other medical settings?
I do.
Okay, and where is that?
I'm a per diem registered nurse at Mason General Hospital.
Okay. Is that sort of weekday thing, weekend?
That is put my son through college thing, so that's my side hustle.
Okay, all right. And you indicated that you are an advanced registered nurse practitioner. When what kind of well, let me ask you this: can you describe to the jury your education background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the San Jose State University. I have a Master's Science in Nursing from the University of Alaska in Anchorage. I have a board certification through the American Academy of Nurse Practitioners, and as a nurse practitioner, a family nurse practitioner. And then I have board certification through the International Association of Forensic Nurses as a sexual assault nurse examiner, certified in both pediatrics as well as adolescence through adulthood.
Okay. And what is a advanced registered nurse practitioner?
I provide patient care through the context of the life trajectory, so from birth to death.
Okay. And then you indicated that you are currently employed at Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
The Providence Abuse Intervention Center is within the Monarch Children's Justice Advocacy Center. We provide care to children under the age of 18 as well as developmental disabled adults when there's been a concern that there's been child abuse, neglect, or torture, or some combination therein.
Okay. And as part of the child abuse, that also could entail sexual abuse, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what is a forensic nurse examiner?
A forensic nurse examiner is a registered nurse who has specialized training in the forensics field. So what that requires is training provided by, for me, the International Association of Forensic Nurses, wherein we provide medical care to the patient as well as evidence collection, which then bridges the patient care with the legal system.
Okay. And with regards to your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, is your main responsibility still patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're working in this, at the Providence Abuse Intervention Center as a family nurse practitioner, is your number one priority patient care?
Yes.
Okay. And As part of your responsibilities as a forensic nurse examiner, do you also have the ability to conduct strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay, and do you have any training or experience when it comes to conducting strangulation exams?
I do.
Okay, and if you could please tell the jury what that training is?
So for a forensic nurse to do forensic examinations on non-fatal strangulation issues, I have taken trainings through the National Institute of Strangulation Prevention. They collaborate with the Department of Justice, Indian Health Services, National Institute of Health, these federal domains that work together to provide hourly, half-day, full-day, 3-day trainings on the clinical assessment, documentation, and care of strangulation involving children and adults.
Okay. And have you yourself conducted or performed any strangulation exams?
I have.
Okay, and approximately how many?
Dozens.
Okay, and then as part of your responsibilities at Providence Abuse Intervention Center, do you sometimes provide follow-up care to children who may have underwent a strangulation episode?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Wall, in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation has to do with the external compression of the neck, which impedes airflow and or blood flow, which then can cause loss of consciousness, brain injury, and death.
Okay. And how you indicated that strangulation in the medical context is the external pressure that can impact to the neck, that can impact airflow. How would external pressure to the neck impact airflow based on your training experience?
When you press on the neck, you're pressing on your trachea, your windpipe. When you're pressing on that area of your body, your lungs aren't able to expand and to collect oxygen. When you're not able to oxygenate your blood, the blood flow to your brain is compromised. When you don't have enough oxygen to your body system, then you will die.
Okay. And when an individual does not have oxygenated blood flowing to their brain, can that impact their brain?
It can. Think of, in our neck, we have arteries that pump oxygenated blood up to our brains, and then we have the jugular veins that bring deoxygenated blood from the brain back down into the body to reoxygenate through our lung systems. When we don't have that oxygenation provided to the brain, then we experience a host of health issues, primarily loss of consciousness. Once we've lost consciousness and that compression continues, these muscles in our neck relax and the compression is much more easier. If the strangulation doesn't stop immediately, you'll experience brain injury and death.
And I would just indicate for the record that the witness, while testifying, is using her hands to describe the things that she is talking about related to the neck and head.
Okay. And in this case, do you recall seeing a patient by the name of Fatima Ali on October 30th of 2024?
I do.
Okay, and where did you see Miss Ali?
At the Providence Abuse Intervention Center.
Okay, and then who referred her to your care?
She was referred to our clinic following hospitalization at Providence St. Peter Hospital as a result of complications due to strangulation.
Okay. And did you also, as part of your follow-up care with Fatima on October 30th, did you also document sort of your exam of Fatima in a report.
I did.
Okay. And as part of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you sort of had to obtain some of information from her about her height and her weight?
I did.
Okay, and what was her height?
5 feet 1 inches tall.
Okay, and what was her weight?
100 pounds.
Okay. And were you also aware of an strangulation exam that was conducted by a forensic nurse examiner by the name of Synovia Rivas?
I was.
And prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you review the report that was generated by Ms. Rivas?
I did.
Okay. And were you, did you also review the medical records from Providence St. Peter's Hospital as it relates to Fatima prior to your examination on October 30th?
I did.
Okay. And with regards to the diagnoses that she received, was pneumomediastinum one of the diagnoses?
It was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is a big word. The mediastinum is here in your chest. It holds your heart, your trachea, your esophagus, and major blood vessels in this area. Pneumomediastinum means that there is air in the mediastinum that got there from, say, a medical incident. If you were intubated, it could have caused some sort of a blunt trauma injury or other means in which this air has escaped from your lungs or your airways somehow, and it's now in the mediastinum.
Okay. Now, this might sound like a silly question, Ms. Wall, but is air in the mediastinum a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Okay. And also, prior to your examination of Fatima on October 30th, were you also, you indicated you reviewed the strangulation report that was prepared by Ms. Rivas. Were you aware of the signs and symptoms that Fatima exhibited during her admission into the ER on October 18th?
I was.
Okay. And when you met with Fatima on October 30th, what, if anything, did she say about any vision changes that she had since the alleged strangulation incident?
She said that her vision was more blurry.
Okay. And did she sort of explain to you in what way as to what she was able to see or she couldn't see?
Yes. In the process of a conversation with my patients, I ask in a head-to-toe manner a review of systems, so their health as they understand it from head to toe. And she indicated to me that she normally wears glasses. She didn't have access to her glasses, so that her vision baseline was blurry, but that since being strangled, her vision was, quote, more blurry.
Okay. And what about her hearing? Does she also indicate whether she had any hearing issues since the alleged strangulation incident?
Yeah, so she does not have hearing issues baseline. When she was describing her hearing, when I'm asking her questions about her hearing, she told me that it was, quote, more sensitive.
Okay. And you sort of mentioned baseline. What do you mean by baseline?
Baseline is prior to being assaulted.
And what's the importance of sort of establishing a patient's baseline?
To understand the potential consequences of the assault. So the baseline is their status quo, their normal health status prior to the events they experienced, what they experienced, the changes that happen, and any residual or lingering results from the trauma.
Okay. And did Fatima say anything to you about what her jaw was feeling?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she say about that specifically?
She told me how he had had her by her neck and her jaw, and that as a result, now when I'm seeing her now, that's a couple weeks later, I believe, since the trauma, that she was still she had range of motion, but that she had to move slowly because if she were to move too quickly, it would trigger a pain that she just didn't want to experience.
Okay. And after you examined, well, let me ask you another question. Does she, in addition to talking about her range of motion as it relates to her jaw, does she also talk about her range of motion in general when it comes to her neck?
Yes, we were referencing her neck and her jaw, just this whole shoulder girdle area.
Okay. And after you examined Fatima at the end of your examination of Fatima on October 30th, did you also provide her with a patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. And then subsequent to October 30th of 2024, did you see Fatima again at the Abuse Intervention Center on December 5th?
I did.
Okay. And on December 5th, did she talk about whether she still had symptoms from the alleged strangulation incident?
She did. She talked about how when she got stressed, she would get left shoulder and neck pain. And when she got really stressed out, it would hurt, as she told me, quote, really bad,
Okay.
unquote.
And then on December 5th of 2024, at the end of your exam with Fatima, did you provide her with continued patient care plan?
I did.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions.
Sorry, may I address you as Nurse Wall, or how would you prefer? Miss Wall?
That's fine.
Nurse Wall? Question regarding the jaw pain you just noted.
Yes.
You indicated earlier that a strangulation concerns the pressure on the throat or neck area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so pain in the jaw would not be associated with pressure on the throat necessarily, correct?
Well, during the strain, it's not,
The pressure on the throat would not affect the jaw, right?
that could be referred pain. There could be
Okay.
lots of things.
Okay,
It's
could
not
be
a
lots
yes
of
or no.
things, okay. It could also have been caused by blunt force.
Correct.
Pain to withdraw. Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
We are, thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go or stay however you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, as you may imagine, as we've been going through this process, there are many logistics in trial and witness schedules and the like. And today, again, we are recessing a little bit early before the noon hour. Also, I am not going to have you back until 2 this afternoon. The bailiff will tell you what that means so that you're in the jury room kind of ready to go at 2. And we'll continue with the presentation of evidence at that time. So you have a little longer today for your lunch break. Thank you so much, as always, truly, for your time and your attention. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you in this case. We will see you after lunch. Please be seated.
So if we start at 2:15 and are ready to go at 2:15, then that is 2.5 hours, I think, from 2:15 to 4:45. Realistically, I need to take a 10-minute recess in that time period to give the jury a break. So really, it's 2 hours and 20 minutes. Obviously, we go until a witness is done and she could be called back. I guess related to that, although I'm optimistic, because I like to be optimistic that we would conclude her testimony today. If we do not, when would she be called? When would you anticipate that we would call her back? Are you talking about trying to be in trial on Friday? I told you previously that I could, I don't know if the jurors can, but I can make that happen in my schedule. I know that she's traveling, and so I don't want to be worried about concluding her testimony and how we fit that in as we go along. Anyways, so I just want to hear from you, Mr. Kading, if you have thought about that. And again, I just want to talk about this so we have a plan, again, in hopes that we don't have, that we can conclude her testimony today.
And, Your Honor, I did talk to her briefly this morning. Actually, I didn't talk to her. I was texting with her. She was trying to get on the airplane. I advised her that, you know, we're going to try to get her done today. She understands that she's now making herself late. And she indicated she would be available to testify as needed after that. She did tell me that she had another case in Alaska on Monday, so she would prefer to do that. But she said if she's in the middle of testimony here, that takes priority and she will stay. If we could do Friday, if it's going to be a few minutes, that would probably be good. She is scheduled to leave again tonight, but obviously that's subject to change. So she is she's very flexible at this point because of the situation as it's created. I anticipate we will be done in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
All right. What I would just ask, I expect actually that all of the lawyers have been talking about this issue, but if you would also just confer as to what you believe the best plan would be if we don't finish her testimony, whether we try for Friday or we have her Monday, or if you have something else. I'm completely open to trying to make this work between what the lawyers think works best. And of course, then we have to make sure the jury is available if it ultimately were that she needed to appear tomorrow if we don't finish. I again will be optimistic that we conclude today. Any issues before we recess for our lunch break? Ms. Stone?
Only as to what the court was just talking about with the parties, the state will make whatever works for in-person testimony for Dr. Stankus work if for some reason we are not concluded today. So if that means tomorrow afternoon, I just need to know because I need to cancel a appointment that I've canceled multiple times, but it's fine. I just need to do that. So if we are able to get that information maybe from the bailiff at some point this afternoon, so when we leave today, we know if that's going to be an option because I need to make that call if that's the case.
All right. Mr. Kading, do you have anything further before we recess?
I do not.
Mr. Larry?
I may have missed, I assumed it was tomorrow morning, but given, what's the window the court would make available?
It would have to be in the afternoon. I have my civil motion calendar in the morning, so it could not be in the morning. I do have an administrative law review hearing scheduled at 1:30, although I can move that. I'd prefer to resume the trial at 1:30, and then I could move my ALR to later in the afternoon.
All right, that's helpful to know. Thank you.
And I think what I will, I don't want to, not that it necessarily would, but I don't want to stress the jury out if we don't need to, and that relates to them having to come on a time that they're not ready for. So we'll get to the afternoon recess, and then the parties can tell me where they really think we're at. And at that time, I can have the bailiff ask them if we need to, whether or not they would have any scheduling conflicts if they came back on Friday at 1:30 for up to an hour. All right? Okay. And I apologize, Mr. Leary, I don't recall, did I ask you if you had anything before we recessed? Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna finish up these opening arguments over here in this trial. We got about 20 minutes over here before we end for the day.
In Nicole's relationship with Carol. Carol would take her to the beach. They'd go to Zorba's. They'd go clothes shopping. Nicole actually felt more comfortable talking with Carol about boys than she did with her own mom. Nicole graduated from high school at 17 and went right into the military. Now, this provided an opportunity to escape a pretty unhealthy situation at home. There's dark challenges that she experienced in the military, though, things that she wished hadn't happened. But the combination of both support and challenge, they sharpened and they strengthened her. Nicole graduated from college, and she continued in her military career working as a meteorologist. Among the many things Nicole did in the military was working as a hurricane hunter, flying into hurricanes to gather weather data. Nicole Mitchell feels joy, loneliness, happiness, and sadness like all of us. But she has long functioned in an environment where emotions are a liability. Nicole has been trained by life to hold her emotions in, to not let them completely come through. Along the way, Nicole went to law school and became a licensed attorney. And although she doesn't practice law actively, she has donated her time as a lawyer, including the program Wills for Heroes and other work related to children in the courtroom. She has been motivated to provide assistance and care to kids that she didn't always have when she was growing up. There wasn't a lot of money growing up in her mom's home. And so as an adult, she has worked multiple professional jobs and she saves her money. She knows she's fortunate to have resources. Nicole has two sons, Sam and Liam. One she delivered and one she adopted. She balances her life among these interests. Her children, her role as a legislator, her role as a daughter, her career in the military. There is very little time left for Nicole, but she is wired to engage the world this way, and she is comfortable with the balance that she's chosen. Nicole Mitchell is a person who always gets things done. She always follows through and keeps her word. Her persistence can be counted on. And when problems come up in the family, she takes the initiative to fix those problems. Losing a parent is always hard. For Nicole, her father Rod's death seemed to come too early. And it also came at a time when Carol was in decline. Carol relied on Rod. He dealt with the logistics of the house, the bills, and many other things. Now, for Nicole, trying to step up for Carol took a lot of juggling, but she did it. Nicole talked, she called, she talked, she checked in. She started a group chat with Carol and her aunts to keep Carol engaged and connected. Nicole actually checked out lawyers to help Carol with the estate. And then, when Carol Mitchell said she'd actually hired Charlie Ramstad, a local attorney, Nicole checked him out and learned he was experienced, and that he also had represented the DL Police Department. Sometimes Carol's moods would turn on a dime. She could be loving and paranoid in the same day. Carol accused Nicole and her aunts of stealing a tin box that was supposedly full of documents, and Carol accused them of being obsessed with money. Now, this was false, but despite the false accusation, Nicole persevered, and she did everything she could to make the situation better, even as she's dealing with her own children, her own grief, the grief of her own children. No matter how Nicole gets treated, she can't write off a family member. By the time Nicole drove to Carol's in April of 2024, Nicole's dad had been dead for more than a year. A year of Carol throwing out, giving away, and donating Rod's things. For all Nicole knew, there may not have been any of Rod's personal belongings even left in the house. Nicole knew that Carol was declining, and eventually Carol wouldn't be able to take care of herself. Nicole actually even went so far as to suggest that Carol could move down to Woodbury, where Nicole lives. Nicole had actually found a facility that would be perfect for Carol. She offered to let Carol stay with her if necessary because the best facilities often have wait lists. Carol had no interest in this.
Mr. Engstrom.
Yes, Ron.
I'm going to interrupt, and if you would approach Mr. McDonald.
All right, so for the people in the back and the newcomers, we're gonna mute that for a second. But for the people in the back and the newcomers, the way we work over here is that we bounce around in between our trials. So if something is on break, if it's on lunch, we will go and watch something else in the meantime. If you are looking for the Ali trial, Ali kidnapping and murder, attempted murder, that trial is going to lunch. That is also a West Coast trial. It runs later in the day, and we literally pick up the next day. We pick up after lunch on our next day because I'm not sitting up here on the stream all day for Ali. So we're actually finished with Ali for today, and we'll pick them back up on tomorrow in the morning. But right now we're watching Nicole Mitchell. Again, she's a meteorologist. She basically broke into her stepmother's home after her father died. The stepmother has Alzheimer's, and they got her for burglary. So I thought it was just a little interesting case, and so we're just watching the opening arguments for that.
Nicole Mitchell knew that Rod really loved Carol Mitchell. Whatever else was true about Nicole Mitchell's relationship with Carol Mitchell, the fact that her dad loved Carol Mitchell so much made Nicole Mitchell loyal to Carol Mitchell. In the fall of 2023, Nicole Mitchell was visiting Carol Mitchell. Carol Mitchell didn't want computers in the house. It was her view that removing the computers would remove the internet. Nicole Mitchell tried to explain to her that this isn't how it works. Carol Mitchell was adamant. So, Nicole Mitchell accepted one of the laptops. She thought she might use it for video games for the boys. As it turns out, it was a bit too old and slow for this. Nicole Mitchell finally hit a tipping point in the spring of 2024 when Carol Mitchell arranged for Rod's ashes to be interred at a time when Nicole Mitchell and Rod's own grandchildren couldn't possibly attend the ceremony. Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell had been at odds before, but for Carol Mitchell to do something that kept Nicole Mitchell from saying a final goodbye to her dad, that meant that Carol Mitchell was really struggling with something. It was too much to leave alone. Carol Mitchell needed help. She was not getting it. In the midst of this concern, Nicole Mitchell is doing spring cleaning and comes back to the laptop that Carol Mitchell gave her. The investigation of the laptop made her realize that it provided an insight into Carol Mitchell's life and into her decline. She was able to see Carol Mitchell's Sanford account online and see Carol's medical records. Nicole Mitchell saw that her stepmom's Alzheimer's diagnosis was worsening. Nicole Mitchell saw that Carol Mitchell got lost going to a doctor's appointment, an appointment that was on a Wednesday, but once at the doctor's, Carol Mitchell was confused about the day, thinking it was a Tuesday. Nicole Mitchell also saw that other people weren't attending any of these doctor's appointments with Carol Mitchell. So Nicole Mitchell knows that Carol Mitchell has a problem. Nicole Mitchell's aunts know it too, and it's something that actually discussed. She wasn't sure how bad it had gotten, and it wasn't clear whether Carol Mitchell had declined enough for the state to intervene. Nicole Mitchell had done the research and knew it was difficult to get the state to intervene with someone who has some dementia. Now, since other family members weren't stepping up, Nicole Mitchell decides that she needs to know for sure. Is Carol Mitchell losing too much weight? Is she drinking too much? Is she living in a dangerous situation? You see, this is something very real for Nicole Mitchell. Her aunt's ex-husband died after falling down all alone. No one was there to call 911. No one found him for a while. Nicole Mitchell was very fond of him. The same was true for another one of Nicole Mitchell's relatives, her Aunt Georgette. She too fell by herself. And her son, who was supposed to be checking in on her, had dropped the ball. So by the time her aunt was found, she was unconscious and barely alive. She died just weeks later. For those kinds of tragedies to be a real thing in her life, it hit home. There were other events in Nicole Mitchell's life where she waited until it was too late. Nicole Mitchell had experienced losses because she trusted authorities to make the right choice. The fear of loss and regret burned inside her. On April 22nd, 2024, Nicole brings 2 laptops, hers to document the house and Carol's to return it. This is a house she has been in many times. She has a key, but Carol Mitchell has started barricading the doors with special bars. So in order to check on Carol Mitchell, she has to go in through an egress window. Nicole Mitchell sees things that bother her. A stack of bills and papers on top of the stove. A bit of disarray here and there. But Nicole's biggest concern is that Carol Mitchell seems to be getting lost. So Nicole Mitchell searches for Carol Mitchell's phone so she can make sure it's functioning properly and check for evidence of scams. Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to a doctor's appointment. Carol had begun needing help to find places she'd driven to and from for decades. Although Carol Mitchell has always managed to find someone to help her when she's lost, Nicole's fear is that that luck won't hold. Carol Mitchell will eventually get herself so lost, there will be no one to help her. Or she'll ask the wrong person who's going to do her harm. But either way, Nicole Mitchell is afraid that the time will come when it comes too late. As Nicole Mitchell is checking on Carol Mitchell wakes up. Carol Mitchell is instantly angry and scared. Carol Mitchell yells at Nicole Mitchell. The fact that Carol Mitchell wakes up takes Nicole Mitchell completely by surprise, and she races back downstairs. Nicole Mitchell stays where she's at for several minutes, waiting for law enforcement to arrive. As law enforcement investigates, she puts her hands up so they can do their job safely. But it is surreal. Even more jarring than that is hearing the voice of Carol Mitchell in a tone that she has heard for 45 years. Now, what Nicole wished she had said is, Carol, you can't take care of yourself. You could start a fire with all the bills on the stove. You get lost going to doctor's appointments for your Alzheimer's, and no one is there helping you get to those appointments. You're getting days mixed up. You're not responding to texts and calls. You're barricading your doors at night. You've gotten too thin in a scary and unhealthy way. The doctor's summary says you're drinking regularly, whereas you never used to do that before. You introduced me to Jonathan, your son, at Dad's funeral as if we had never met, when we have known each other for years. You had stacks of unopened bills, making me worried that you weren't paying them, and you might fall behind or lose the house. You should probably have your driver's license taken away. Dad loved you so much, and I love you. And I will step up and care for you if no one else will. But in that moment, Nicole Mitchell can't bring herself to say that in front of these police officers, to risk enraging Carol Mitchell by saying those things that make her feel vulnerable and defensive. Nicole Mitchell feels everything she felt about Carol Mitchell when she was a little girl. Love, fear, dread of criticism. Nicole Mitchell knows that if she says what she feels about Carol Mitchell's decline, that Carol Mitchell is going to be truly outraged and fearful of being put into an assisted living facility. When Carol Mitchell finally realizes that it's Nicole Mitchell, she quickly accuses Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers and wanting money. It's the tin box again. The tin box that Carol Mitchell is fixated on. And so in the midst of police in the house, Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have a small argument that is completely separate from what's going on. Carol Mitchell says Nicole Mitchell wants money. And Nicole Mitchell says, in effect, I never wanted money. I just wanted a couple of my dad's things. Knowing how angry Carol Mitchell would be if Carol Mitchell realized that Nicole Mitchell is gathering evidence of her decline, Nicole Mitchell instead says something that's really part of a spat that Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have been having for over a year. It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore. The rules say that we are allowed to tell you our defense during this opening statement. By the time Nicole drives to Carol's house in April of 2024, Nicole Mitchell has had the same familiar car for almost 20 years. Rod and Carol Mitchell's neighbors know Nicole Mitchell. So Nicole makes it a point to arrive when it is dark, to park on a side street, to wear dark clothing, and to be quiet. When you're checking on a paranoid loved one and hoping they don't notice, you take great pains to be unnoticed. Nicole Mitchell knows this house almost as well as her own. She moves very easily through it. When Nicole Mitchell comes into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to actually check on her and see if the phone is there, Carol Mitchell wakes up. The situation that Nicole Mitchell creates, with law enforcement everywhere, their guns properly drawn, rightly concerned for their safety and for Carol Mitchell's safety, it leaves Nicole Mitchell unable to think clearly. From the moment that Carol Mitchell starts yelling at Nicole, all the way until jailers put her in her cell for the day, Nicole Mitchell doesn't have an ability to think about what's happening or what she is saying. But the fact is, and the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning why Nicole Mitchell was there. They knew that she wanted to check on an aging parent who couldn't find her way to places she'd been countless times. Our defense is that there is no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help offered. And there can come a point where help was obviously needed because it's too late to intervene. Nicole feared being too late. Nicole takes responsibility for her actions, including when she messes up. If the government had charged her with trespassing, she would have pleaded guilty. But that's not an option. The government decides the charges. We don't decide, you don't decide, neither does Carol nor Nicole. A person can be not guilty of charges the government brings, even when they could be guilty of charges the government never brought. For the charge here, there are only two possible verdicts. Guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government, or guilt is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government. And you're going to get a specific definition of burglary. And that definition might be very different from what your personal feeling is. It doesn't matter how they're dressed. It doesn't matter what tools they have. It doesn't matter how dark it was when they trespassed on someone's home. It doesn't even matter if they have lockpick tools or other fancy equipment. On its own, that could be a different crime, but not burglary. What matters for burglary is that they got in without permission and they intended to commit a crime inside the building. Nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky. Carol Mitchell calls 911 and says he was on the floor next to her. Carol Mitchell doesn't know who's there. And Nicole Mitchell doesn't leave the house. There is no description from Carol Mitchell of who was in her house. And yet Nicole Mitchell waits patiently. Nicole Mitchell's intent is to check on Carol Mitchell. A burglar runs. A concerned child stays. A burglary charge requires that the government prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the government has promised you they will try to prove. You may approach.
Sir, were you working on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been assigned to?
The 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift.
Do you recall being dispatched to a burglary call that morning?
Yes.
Where was the location of that call?
It was on Granger Road. I don't remember the exact address. So.
Was it here in the city of Detroit Lakes?
Yes, it was.
In Becker County?
Yes, it was.
Officer Sternhagen, to the best of your recollection, can you walk us through your response that morning?
There's a call of an active burglary to the residence on Granger, and I responded. My partner got there before me, and I entered the house. I could hear him yelling, "Show me your hands." He was on the stairs. I walked downstairs. The caller stated, and my partner stated they could hear the person under the stairs. So,
some rustling, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you refer to your partner, who is that?
Officer Ethan Woothie.
Okay. So what happened next?
searched underneath the stairs first, and then I came back through the hallway, and the door was open to the bathroom, which wasn't previously open when I first walked by. And then I saw a female dressed all in black with her hands up like this.
Were you later able to ascertain who that female was?
Yes.
Okay, what name or what was her identity?
Nicole Mitchell. Nicole Lynn Mitchell, actually. So,
Saw Miss Mitchell again, would you recognize her?
yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you outline where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a purple shirt, and can't really tell what pants, black or gray pants.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay. So what happened as you first detained that individual?
I ordered her to the ground. Officer Ethan Woody handcuffed her, and then helped her up and asked her if she had anything on her.
Prior to her even getting off the ground, did she make any statements?
Yes.
Okay, what did she say at that time?
When she was on the ground, she said, "Carol, it's me, Nicole."
And Officer Sternhagen, this entire encounter was recorded on body cameras, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you're doing your best to remember here this morning, but
Yes.
Whatever's on the recording is what transpired and what was said. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you recover any items from her at that time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
She said she had a flashlight in her waistband, and she grabbed it from behind her, and then it fell to the ground. It was a flashlight with a sock over the lens, attached by a rubber band, secured by a rubber band.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Officer Sternhagen, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
That's the flashlight that she pulled out of her waistband.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 2.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 2 is received. You can just set it right there.
Thank you. So at this point, the defendant is detained, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where do you walk to next?
Into the living room, and then she said she wanted to get some shoes.
Okay, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
So she did not have her shoes on at that time?
She did not.
Okay, and where did she recover her shoes from?
They were under the couch. I let her first try to get them, but she was handcuffed. So she pushed them further underneath with her feet when she was trying to get them on. So.
Does the defendant continue to talk during this time?
She does.
Okay, what else did she say?
I don't remember the exact order, but clearly I'm not good at this, and I'm a military commander, for God's sake.
Was the homeowner present as you were detaining the defendant?
Yes, she was.
Okay, was that a brief time period?
Yes.
And eventually the parties were separated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Where was the defendant led to next?
I walked her upstairs and then outside to my squad car.
What did you do once she was in your squad car?
I made sure her cuffs were properly fitted and she was comfortable, and then I read her Miranda rights.
Was she willing to speak to you at that time?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, can you summarize what the defendant told you at that time?
She was upset with the relationship with her stepmother. Her stepmother stopped speaking to her. She left her house in Woodbury at 1 a.m. to come to the residence in Detroit Lakes to get some of her father's items. Ashes, a flannel shirt, and other mementos, she said. She said she entered through a window in the backyard. She said it's where the backpack was, but I never made it to the backyard to see where actually she made entry. So,
your immediate response was to get in the home and find the individuals, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you were never tasked with canvassing the yard or the house?
No.
Okay. Did the defendant reference her stepmother's condition at that time?
She says she had advanced Alzheimer's.
Okay. At any point during that statement, did the defendant say that she was concerned or that's why she was at the residence?
Never. She never said that.
At some point, did you ask the defendant when the last time she talked to the homeowner, Ms. Mitchell, was?
Yes, I believe she said October, November.
Just to clarify, did she differentiate between the last time she was at the house and when the last time they actually communicated?
I can't, without seeing my report, can't
Okay.
clearly answer that.
Would again, the statement would be accurate on your body camera recording?
Yes.
Did the defendant, was anything of the defendant's recovered from the scene?
The backpack was propped in the back window.
Did she say that was her backpack?
Yes.
Were you in charge of going through that backpack?
No.
Who processed the backpack?
Officer Woothie.
Where did you go next, Officer Sternhagen?
I transported her to the Becker County Jail.
She was booked in, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you continue to converse with her?
Yes.
Okay. What did she tell you at the jail?
Well, I asked her what got her to this point, and she said it's been her father's possessions have been weighing on her, and it's been hard for her to sleep, and that's what drove her to this point.
At any point in your conversations with the defendant at the jail, did she ever express concern over her stepmother's well-being?
No.
At any point throughout that entire interaction, whether at the house or at the jail, did the defendant state that she was there to, quote, check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
At any point throughout your entire interaction with the defendant, did she state anything about medical information that she found out about Carol Mitchell?
No, she did not.
May it please the court, counsel.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to find us some good. I can't stop laughing either. Like, I can't believe this is a real case. Like, this is a senator, y'all. A Minnesota Democrat senator who's broken into her stepmother's house after her father has passed away. The woman has given so many admissions of guilt. Like, she's made so many admissions of guilt. It's ridiculous. They have not shown her. I hope to find more clips for us and maybe get them queued up for us to watch tomorrow. But I do hear that she takes the stand. So maybe they got some clips of her on the stand and we can watch tomorrow too. Now, this trial has been going on for a couple of days. The opening arguments were 2 days ago, and I believe she took the stand today, if I'm not mistaken. Day 4. Yeah, the prosecution rested today and she took the stand today. So y'all threw her life away for nothing for her. Well, I mean, I can't say that because I don't know what the possessions were that she was out here trying to get, but the woman had a book bag. She was dressed in all black. She had a crowbar. She had a key. She done took her shoes off. She said, this is what drove me to the point. I'm not that good at this. Child, I cannot. But I do want to thank y'all for rocking out with me today. I will see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna pick back up with the Ali trial in the morning. And then, of course, like I said, I'm gonna find us some more Nicole. What's Nicole's last name, y'all? I'm gonna find us some more Nicole Mitchell's trial clips. Thank y'all so much and have a good and safe evening.